Good morning. The Commission resumes. Mr. Mathunjwa, I must remind you, you're still under oath. Mr. Mpofu, have you got any questions to ask the witness?
Indeed, I do, Chairperson. Thank you. Mr. Mathunjwa, good morning.
Good morning.
I know you've been here since the 27th of November, but hopefully today we'll let you go. I just wanted to, because of the gap that between the last time I was cross-examining you and now, I'm going to just start by recapping some of the issues that we dealt with and then continue from where we left off. Is that okay? You made, I think, about 7 or 8 important statements. The first one, just to remind you, was that in your estimation, the group was not made up of a homogeneous mass of the same religious or cultural beliefs. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Uthi uyayikhumbula kakuhle into yokuba yathetha ngokuba aba bantu babe khankalaza phaya izisitele kwakungabantu abanamasiko nezithethe nenkolo ezohlukile.
Yes.
And we also established that in your allegedly
I don't want to be difficult, but I don't think it's necessary for cross-examination. Remember, you're cross-examining the witness. It's not necessary to put everything to him he said before and then ask him for a question about it.
Well,
take your question, the time we have is limited. We must use it as sensibly and gainfully as we can. I don't want to stifle you if your cross-examination, but please keep this recapitulation section as brief and short as you can.
I will keep it very brief.
We can get to the meat of the
yes,
points that you want to cover.
Yes, so Chairperson, I will keep it very brief. I'm simply doing it because these are extraordinary circumstances where there have been 5 or 6 days between the cross-examination. Yeah.
Uthi uphinda ezinto mhlakazi ngoba seyixesha agqibela ukubuza imibuzo sezinsuku ezigqibile ikonje akuphinda umva kancinci.
In fact, in response to the chairperson's intervention, what I'll do is I'll read out these points. I don't have to ask you every time, and you will, at the end, confirm that that was the summary of your evidence.
Uza kumfundela zonke ezinto athetha ngazo kuzothi
What's the point
ekugqibeleni
of his
aphenduke.
confirming that this is a summary of his evidence? The evidence he gave, it's on record. If we have the evidence on record, evidence doesn't become stronger because you get the witness to say it twice or thrice or 4 times.
No, Chairperson.
Ask him questions arising from the points that he made. If he has difficulty in understanding where you're coming from or what exactly the point's about, he can ask for an explanation. You can then give it to him. But I fear that it sounds to me as if time will be wasted otherwise.
Chairperson, I'm also doing it for the benefit of the witness because of the break. But
I've said
I
to you,
accept
I'm sorry, Mr. Papa, I've said to you, ask your question. If the witness requires elucidation because he doesn't understand what you're asking him about, then he will say so, and you can then give it to him. But it's not necessary to assume in advance that he's an idiot and he won't understand what you're putting to him.
No, Chairperson, with greatest respect, I don't think that remark can be attributed to me, at least. I never assumed anyone was an idiot, let alone the witness.
Intetho ephakathi kaMgcinisihlalo noMhlekazi Mpofu.
I don't think he's an idiot at all. He's obviously a very intelligent and articulate man. So anyway, let's proceed with his evidence on that basis.
Thank you.
Angaphindi into eyathetha ngoba yonke lonto ikwi-record kwangoku.
Mr. Mathunjwa, okay, I will, when the opportunity arises during your cross-examination, remind you or take you back to some of the things you said. But when we left it off, we were dealing with the important issue of the fact that you had gone to the mountain on the 2 occasions on the 16th, as you said, on your own accord, without the police.
Apho sigqibele khona sithe ngaloo mini waya kwaze kwababini phaya entabeni ungakhashwa ngamapolisa uzihambela wena ngokwakho.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
And for your first visit, you had requested, without any success, to be given a police escort and a vehicle, correct?
Andithe ekuqaleni wawucela okokuba ubunikwe imoto yamapolisa ukhashwe kunjalo?
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
And yet, according to you, there were nyalas which could fill a football stadium.
Prof, what's the question that you're asking?
Uthi
Well,
kwakho
it's a leading
izinyala
question, Chairperson. Okay, maybe I'll put it as a question. Were
You know, it would
there,
help if you, that's what cross-examination consists of, questions.
yeah, but its leading questions can be put as statements, Chairperson.
I didn't say you couldn't ask a leading question because this is cross-examination. But I said it would help if you asked questions and didn't just make statements, because you're wasting time by just making statements.
Okay. Is it correct that, according to your evidence, there were nyalas that could fill up a stadium, a football stadium?
kunjalo ebungeneni bakho uthe kwakho izinyala ezininzi zazingagcwalisa i-ground lebhola.
Yes, I said all kinds of vehicles. All
Ndithe
types
mna
of vehicles.
izinqola ezohlukile kwakho inqola ezohlukile ezininzi apho.
And then, for your second visit, which is where we left it off on whenever it was, 5 days ago, and I was asking this in relation to evidence that was given by Bishop Sioka. You said that, according to you, nobody stopped you or told you that you could not go there because it was a security zone or...
Doing it again, Mr. Mpofu. I've spoken to you, I don't know how many times. I'm trying to save time. More time's being wasted in my trying to save time than anything else. Please ask questions.
Chairperson,
That's the way I expect counsel to behave in this commission. Please ask questions. If the witness needs some context, doesn't understand what the question's about, he will ask you. You can see that. I already said he's an intelligent, articulate man. We can rely on him to look after himself.
well, Chairperson, with the greatest respect, it's the first time in my life that I hear that I cannot put a statement to a witness who can either confirm
If
it
it's
or
the
not
first
confirm.
time in your life that you've heard you can only ask questions in cross-examination, then it's appropriate that the time has arrived when you've been told that.
Well, yeah, okay,
Intetho
I'll
ephakathi
preface everything I
kaChairman.
say with, is it correct, so that it's in the form of a question. Is it correct that nobody stopped you at the copy on the second day,
Told us that.
Yes.
on the second day, and nobody said it was a security zone or a cordoned off? He has not, Chairperson. I've not mentioned the word cordoned off. That's why I'm saying it's in relation to Bishop Sioka's. When did he tell us that?
The question is, when you went back, was the section in question cordoned off?
Ubuzo uthi xa uya kwesibili phaya le ndawo ibisibiyelwe na isivaliwe
No.
bingavalwanga.
Yeah, Chairperson, honestly, I don't want us to go on like this in my cross-examination. It's the first time the witness is testifying about cordoning off.
Yeah, he's now said that it wasn't cordoned off. Well, carry on with your cross-examination. From that,
No,
he's
but
now-
you said
he
you had already told us.
In order to make sure that it was on record, I then asked the question myself in a question
you,
form,
Chairperson.
and I got the answer that I think you were trying to get.
Thank you. Sorry, I've just been, I don't understand this. Okay, I'm also going to relate the following issues also to Bishop Sioka's evidence and the similarities between yours and his. I know that you are not, like Bishop Sioka, an expert in negotiations, but did you also find it important to deal with the workers at the copy on a face-to-face basis and preferably not from a police nyala?
Wawuzothanda ukuthi ubhekane nabo ubuso nobuso ungathethi uphakathi kwenyala kumapolisa njengoba uSiyoka besitsho naye.
Yes, that is correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
And did you also, like Bishop Sioka, observe that the provincial commissioner's demeanor was that of rudeness?
Njengoba etsho uBishop Sioka kokuba uprovincial commissioner wayengumuntu noko wayengaphathanga ngembeko efanele.
Yes, that is correct, according to my engagement with him, with her, sorry.
Ewe leyo nto ndayibona xa ndithetha naye.
And were you also told, like Bishop Sioka, by the provincial commissioner that she was not interested in the labor issues, but only on security issues?
Njengoba esitsho uBishop Sioka kokuba wathi uprovincial commissioner yena ujogene nje nezokhuselo akangeni kwezemisebenzi.
Yes, during my explanation of the lateness on the 16th, it's where he showed that I made commitment to go to the workers. He doesn't bother with what transpired before that.
Ngeli xesha ndithetha naye ke ngokuba late kwam xa ezothi ke yena okwakhe ulukhuseleko nje akangeni kwezinye izinto.
And also, were you of the view, like Bishop Sioka, that the survivors needed psychological counseling?
Awe njengoBishop Sioka uyibona lento ifanele ukuba abantu abasele ngathi amaxhoba adinga ukuba anakelele ngokomqondo.
I'll say yes, because there was a letter that we wrote to management, which we were extending that, saying that the workers, they need to be given an opportunity. Hence, their management were cited that they've been for counseling, so the same opportunity should be afforded to those workers, which we believe they were traumatized.
Ewe ndivumelana naloo nto ngoba kukho incwadi esayibhala sayijongisa kwi-management xa ithi abayo abantu baye bathunyelwa for i-counseling ukujonga ingqondo sathi ke naba basebenza babone ezi zinto bayalidinga usizo olunjengolo.
Thank you, and if I may take the opportunity through you as a witness, but also to inform the commission that very sadly during the 5-day break that we've had, one of the injured people that we represent committed suicide, and at least his relatives related it to the trauma.
What is his name? What is his name, Mr. Mpofu?
His name is Marvelous Mpofana.
So how do you spell his name?
Marvelous.
He's marvelous, yes.
Yeah. And Mpofana, Mpofana.
Are any of his relatives here in the auditorium today?
I think his acquaintances, maybe not directly,
Well,
because he's one of the people who used to come here quite frequently.
So those who knew him well, who are present today, I think on behalf of colleagues and myself, we wish to express our sympathy to them and to his family. You can understand the circumstances which may well have led to his suicide, and it's obviously a matter for concern and also for consideration. Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Umhlekazi Mpofu uveza ngoko kokuba kukho omnye walaba bantu abebamele ongomnye walaba bebabonzakala balimala. Uye wasweleka ke uzibulelena ngokwakhe ngoku uthi ke umgcini sihlalo izalamane nezihlobo zika Marvelous Mpofana nabanye abazana naye yena njengochairman nalaba sebenzana nabo bezelana ubhlungu nalabo esendibabalile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and we will convey those sentiments to the family as well.
Uthi uza kuyigqithisela kwizihlobo le ntetho ka-Chairperson uMhlekazi Mpofu.
Now, before we move off from your 2 visits to the mountain, I just wanted to to refresh my own memory that the true rules of engagement were that you would go with there would be 3 people from each union, and you would go with the police And thirdly, that there would be supervision of the visit by the police. I might not be putting it exactly as it is. Can you confirm that?
Angithi umthetho wawubekiwe phaya kwakuthiwa nizoba bathathu kwenye nenye iunion xa niya phaya namapolisa nokuthi leyo nto ezawusetshenzwa phaya izawujongwa izawusupervisa ngamapolisa kunjalo.
That's correct, that's how we were told.
Ewe sasixelwe ngolu hlobo.
And on the previous visit, at least, not the ones that you did on your own accord, the one of the 15th, were representative of management present during that visit?
Xa usiya phaya nge-15 kwakukho abemele i-management ababehambe nawe.
Not in the car where I was, but surely they were part of the visit.
The part of the visit.
Babekhona apho kule visit kodwa ke babengekho kule moto endandikuyo.
So they too, like the police, must have had your exchange with the, or did they hear were they in a position to hear the exchange between you and the workers?
Ufanele kokuba bayiva intetho yayikhona phakathi kwakho nabasebenzi xa bebekhona apho.
Yes, I believe so.
Ewe ndikholwa njalo.
Okay, thank you. Now I want us to move to the events of the 11th of August. Was it your evidence that the workers made it clear to you that the shootings of the 11th were responsible, firstly, for the fact that they had armed themselves?
Uthi kwizehlakalo zomhla ka-11 ku-August abaqhankqalazi bathi baphethe ezixhobo ngenxa yokuthi kuye kwabakhona ukudutshulwa okwenzeka ngaleyo mini.
Yes, such was confirmed during the debriefing of the GS and the national organizer after they went to the mountain, and further was confirmed on the 15th.
Baye bayibeka ngolo hlobo ewe nange-15 baphinda bayiphinda le nto kokuba yintoni babephethe ezi zixhobo.
It's also, well, is it also your evidence that the reason why the workers assembled at the Kopi in particular, in the first place, was also related to the events of the 11th?
Nesizathu sokuthi baze bayohlangana baye phaya entabeni kwaku ngenxa yezehlakalo zomhla ka-11.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
And would I be correct to say that the gist of their dissatisfaction, to put it mildly, was the fact that they had been shot at by, according to them, by a union, that by their own union, so to speak?
Uthi into eyenza okokuba kungabikho ukoneliseka kakuhle okokuba babelila ngokuba badutshulwe i-union yabo.
Oh, I'll ask you to repeat that question.
Xa ungawuphinda lo mbuzo futhi.
Is it so that the gist, in other words, the main content of their dissatisfaction was the fact that, according to them, they had been shot at on the 11th by a trade union?
Ukungoneliseki kwabo kwaku yimbangela yokokuba babadutshule yenye yeziunion ngomhla ka-11.
If I'll answer that, the reason of being at the mountain was because that was their safe haven because they were shot at by the union which they belonged to.
Correct.
Babalekela phaya entabeni abaqhankqalazi ngesizathu sokuba bebona bekhuselekile phaya emveni kokuba bahlasele badutshulwa i-union.
Yes, I mean, that's where I'm coming from. In other words, the significance of the events of the 11th of August is such that had that event not happened, we would not be talking here about copy 1, copy 2, copy 3, according to the workers at least. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, I have to object to that. That's a proposition that goes well beyond what has already been led from the witness.
Okay.
So that's a conclusion
I'm sorry,
of a...
Mr. Tip, this is cross-examination. It's true that there's a close association between the cases put by the representatives of the survivors and Amcu, and Seri is, as I understand it, instructing both. But, you know, in a criminal case, accused number 1 and accused number 2 have the same defense. Accused number 2's counsel can cross-examine accused number 1, ask all sorts of leading questions to buttress his evidence. The authorities say that that's permissible, although the weight of the answers elicited by that cross-examination is not very great. And that we're having a spectacle of that again today. So I overrule your objection. Mr. Mpofu can proceed.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair,
Chairperson.
sorry, forgive me.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Tip.
Just hang on. Mr. Chair, I hadn't objected to the previous questions. This is a particular objection because what is being canvassed now from this witness is that had there not been an incident on the 11th, then the entire events in the week thereafter, including the shooting on the 16th, would not have taken place. Now,
Isn't he entitled to ask that question? He may get a favorable answer, he may not. But this is cross-examination. It doesn't have to be, it's not like re-examination, it doesn't have to be related to what he said before. It doesn't have to be related to questions he was asked in cross-examination. So I don't see on what basis I can stop him.
Well, may I
the workers would return,
Sorry, Ms.
sorry, I'm sorry,
Expected by whom? Expected by whom? You said what
yes.
is expected
No,
that?
I
Expected
hear.
by whom?
Yes, yes, Chairperson, it's, to that extent, it's vague. Let me put it this way. Was there any agreement that the workers would return to work at 9 o'clock the following day?
Kwake kwabakho isivumelwano sokuthi abasebenzi bazawuphindela empangelweni emsebenzini ngemini elandelayo ngo-9.
No,
Azange sibekho.
Was there agreement instead that you would return to the mountain at 9 o'clock the following
Isivumelwano
day?
sasikhona okokuba wena wawuzawuya phaya kuba entabeni ngo-9 ngemini elandelayo.
yes,
Ewe.
Now, I want you to help me with this. Is it correct that in your own estimation, you had budgeted, for lack of a better word, a period of about an hour between you meeting with management at 8 and returning to the copy at about 9?
Andithi wawuzibekele
Put aside the fact that on the day you were late, 20 minutes late or whatever. But was that your plan?
ixesha kokuthi ngalowo mini waba late inyana kodwa ke kusuka ku-8 kuya ku-9 wawuzibekele ixesha elilingene okokuba uzawuba phaya ku-management ngo-8 ude ube phaya entabeni ngo-9 kunjalo.
yes,
Ewe.
Now, you've given evidence that, to your surprise, in the morning, management had reneged on its commitment. I think that's how you put it.
Into eyakumangaza kuba xa ufika phaya ufumana ukuba umanagement usejikile kule ntetho yakho bevumelene ngazo.
yes, that's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
Now, if it was not for that fact of management allegedly reneging from its commitment, what would you have done?
Ukube
That morning.
imanagement ayiza iguquke kwesi sigqibo besenza ngayizolo ubuzokwenza ntoni wena?
I could have gone back to the mountain.
Bendizawuphinda la entabeni.
Not to say that I didn't return back to the mountain.
Yeah,
but
no,
I did.
and I know, yeah.
Okungachaze kuba andizange ndisaya ndaya.
Take it simpler than that. If they had given you the information that you sought, that they were prepared to negotiate with the workers, that what the arrangements would be for their coming back to work and being inducted and so forth, so they could go underground again, you would have gone back at 9 o'clock, reported to them what the management had said, what the arrangements for their reinduction were. Obviously, you didn't do that because you couldn't do that because the management hadn't given you the information that you had sought. But I take it that's effectively what would have happened.
Thank you, that's correct.
Xa ebuzwa ngumgcini sihlalo ke uthi waye phaya ku-management ya kuva ukuba bathini bona ukuba bezange baphenduka kule nto babeyishilo management wayezawuphindela phaya entabeni afika baxela uba sivumelene no-management ngoko kokuba nizawuphindela emsebenzini nizawubuyisela ngale ndlela lena bazawuthetha nani ngeli xesha.
That flows from that, it compares to what you told us previously, that your opinion was, your impression was, that would have brought the whole problem to an end, because that would have been accepted by the workers, and a non-violent conclusion would have resulted from your involvement. That's basically your evidence, isn't it?
That is correct because they were willing to engage the following day.
Ubungqina bami ke ngobu xa ebuza uchairman okokuba ngoba nako abasebenzi babevumelene okokuba mandiye phaya ku-management ndibaxela ukuthi nokuthi babevumelene okokuba xa kukho isivumelano bazawubuyela emsebenzini kungabi khona udushe oluphinde libe khona apho le nto ke ibizophela ngolo hlobo.
Thank you, Chairperson. with my lack of skills, you've saved me about 6 questions.
abulela nyani umhlekazi uMpofu uthi hayi lo mbuzo lo nomsizo kwimibuzo eminingi esithandathu bese zayibuza
Glad
gqibe
I've achieved
ngombuzo
my
wodwa
purpose.
Chairman.
So I didn't get that, Chairperson.
Tell you in the adjournment.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now, let's just, taking from the Chairperson's welcome intervention, I just want to unpack what your expectations was, or rather the methodology that you were using to try and diffuse the situation. Is it correct that we, as of the 15th at least, there was a chicken and egg situation where the employer was saying, we'll talk to you if you go back peacefully, and the workers were saying, we'll return if you talk to us about our wage demand. That was almost, I know I'm paraphrasing a long thing, but that's how the stalemate could be characterized. Is that correct?
Kunjalo kokuba abaqhankqalazi babethe bona bafuna into ethize kuba ngithethwe nabo umchashi ngapha ethi mababuye emsebenzini phambi kokuba athethe nabo into enjengaleyo kwayileyo mbambano yayikhona nge15.
Would you please repeat it again?
Yes.
Kanga uphinda lo mbuzo?
Yes, I appreciate it. It was a bit of a long one. Yeah. In summary, was the situation that you were faced with on the 15th, could it be summarized as follows? That on the one hand, management was saying, we will not talk to them until they renounce violence and they disarm and so on. And on the other hand, the workers were saying, we will not disarm or leave the copy until management talks to us.
Andithi lento yayingolo hlobo. Apha kwenye ingxenye umqashi wayethi mababeke phansi izixhobo kungabi khona dushe asinawuthetha nabo xa bangabeki izixhobo phansi babuyele empangelweni. Apha kubasebenzi ke babethi abasebenzi asinawusuka apha sinawubeka phansi izixhobo zethu umqashi angakeze ethethe nathi.
Yeah, one can summarize in that.
Yes,
That's the
ngayibeka.
reason they called the following meeting on the 16th at 9 o'clock.
Seso sizathu ke senzo kokuba bade bathi mandibuye ngemini elandelayo nge16.
And that the reason why you thought there was a breakthrough was the reason that you thought there was a breakthrough, the fact that having gone to the workers and put the management position, as it were, they said to you, come back, it's late now, come back tomorrow morning, and we welcome the fact that management is prepared to talk to us, but let's finalize everything at 9 in the morning. Is that a fair summary?
Ndiyibona ke lento kuba wawusowubona wena ukuba impumelelo ikhona opha ngoba naku waya phaya wathetha nabantu base bathi labantu ayisibethe ixesha ngoku buya ngomso ngo9 sizothetha kubonakala kokuba kuqhubekela phambili kanjani.
Yes, I mean, I can confirm that.
Ewe inyaniso le.
And that this positive momentum would it be correct to say then it was broken by your discovery in the morning that management, and I think this is the word you used, was no longer prepared to talk to the workers?
Lento ke oyibona seyimpumelelo ngoku iyeya nqamula phaya ngumanagement ngokuthi xa ufika kusasa ufumana ukuba umanagement usephendukile kulento abethembise ngayizona.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjani.
And that information was conveyed to you by Mr. Kwadi?
That's correct.
Ngukwadi ke owanixela le ntetho.
Right. Another theory, for lack of a better word, that we have said in our opening address we will establish is the nature of the relationship between Lonmin and the police in relation to these events. You've already testified that on the one hand, you put the blame, I think your word was squarely, on management because of failing to have that meeting on the 10th. You remember that?
Uyayikhumbula into yokuba wathi wena umuntu ombeka ityala apha kakhulu ku-management ngokuthi angakwazanga okokuba abize le nhlangano yayifanele uba khona ngomhla ka-10.
Maybe one will answer by saying, if I remember, I said I put the blame squarely to management because of acting outside the bargaining structures, if engaging the workers directly. I think that's...
Ndayibeka ngolo hlobo kokumna umqashi uyena wayona lento ngokuthi kube nguye ojongana nabasebenzi ngokwabo athethe nabo ngaphandle kwezistructure ezimele abasebenzi.
Okay, maybe you blame them for that as well, but did you also put the blame on them for failing to respond to your request for a meeting on the 10th?
Angalento yokuthi ke lo mhlangano wawucela ukuba kube khona nge-10 awuzange bawenza ukuba kube khona.
Yes, on this, I think there is a letter that we suggested such processes, which was never realized.
Ewe kukho incwadi eyabhalwa kwenziwa eso sicelo esingazange senzeke.
Chair, can I just get clarity on this? Is the meeting on the 10th then a meeting outside of structures with the unprotected strikers, or what is my learned friend putting?
He will make it clearer, but I must confess, I understood him to be talking about something that had happened before that, when management had spoken to representatives of the rock drill operators and put an offer of 700 rand on the table. And his complaint has always been, even on his radio, when he was on the radio on the 15th, it was that action by management which he said was inappropriate and was the spark that led to all the subsequent trouble. That's my understanding.
No, Chair, my learned friend, Mr. Porfu, wasn't satisfied with that answer. That wasn't the one he was eliciting in his cross-examination. He had that answer. But he's coming back to a meeting which had to be held on the 10th of February, and of August, and that's the one I'm not sure of. Does he suggest there should have been a meeting on the 10th of August and then between whom and whom? In which structure?
Mr. Mpofu, you've heard
Uchiaka
Mr.
ifa
Berger's
kahle.
attempt at obtaining clarity in regard to your question. Can
Umbuzo
you
ka Mr.
reformulate
Berger.
the question
yes,
so,
Mal-
that the point he raises is dealt with?
Yes, Chairperson, I'll try and do it, while we're looking for the letter, I'll do it by way of questions.
Uthi
On
mhlawumbe
the-
uBerger akayivisi kahle intetho kokuba i-meeting le yange-10 kwakuyi-meeting yantoni uyayichaza ke ngoku umhlekazi uMpofu.
On the 10th of, is it correct that on the 10th of August, you were contacted by Lonmin Management saying that there was some unrest or workers' action brewing?
Kunjalo kokuba nge-10 zika-August wathintwa ngabakwa-Lonmin bathi kukho uqhankqalazo oluthize phaya ukungoneliseki kubasebenzi.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
During that conversation, were you also told that that Lonmin would not be prepared to take a memorandum from the workers, but that the police would be asked to do so?
Kungale mini ke bathi bakwa-Lonmin kuwe bona banakuyamukela i-memorandum evela
Mr.
kubaqhankqalazi
Mpofu, it
izawuthathwa ngamapolisa.
may shorten the questioning.
Yes,
It's something
Chairperson.
I'm
Thank you, Chairperson.
desirous of achieving. If you refer to Exhibit 001, which is the letter of the 10th of August sent by Amcu to Lonmin.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. Yes, we were looking for it. Thank you, Chairperson. We've just found it, yeah. Have you got Exhibit 001?
The letter,
It's letter
Employees-
dated 10th August.
yes, I do have.
Ewe ndiyiphethe apha kum le ncwadi.
And just to save time, is this a letter that you wrote in response to this telephone conversation that I've just asked you
He
about?
told us that in chief.
Yes.
Ewe njengoba besetshilo kokuba ubhalele incwadi emva kokuba fumene ucingo oluvela kwa-Lonmin.
Well, Chairperson, we only just found the letter now, yeah. Okay,
We read it when he gave evidence in chief. Anyway, never mind, carry on.
yes, okay. Okay, sorry, Mr. Mathunjwa. In this letter, or rather, did you request a meeting which was not acceded to by means of this letter?
Kule ncwadi bucela i-meeting ezange ibe khona, kunjalo?
Yes, this letter also emanate from previous calls that we held with Mr. Bernard, which the simple term was saying, call the meeting and let's work this thing out.
Yes.
Ewe, le ncwadi yabhalwa ntetho eyayivela kuBarnard ngefoni apho sithi kuye biza i-meeting ithethwe ngalento.
And is it your evidence that the failure by management to accede to your request for such a meeting was one of the things that you blamed them for during the Gwala interview at SAFM?
Xa wenza i-interview noxolani Gwala phaya kwi-SAFM, wayibeka lento ubatshola bakwa-management okokuba ngabo ababangele lento ngokungenzi oko kwakudinga ukuba kwenziwe.
Yes, in that interview I did mention the sequence of events, yes.
Ewe, ndayiveza loo nto phaya kwi-interview uba lezi zinto zenzeke zilandelana kanjani.
And maybe you can then assist my learned colleague. That meeting that you proposed was going to be between whom and whom?
Lo mhlangano ke wawuyawuba phakathi kwabani nabani.
With all the stakeholders at the workplace.
Bonke abakhoyo phaya emsebenzini. Bonke abathatha inxaxheba kwezi zomsebenzi.
Sorry, Mr. Mpofu, but Mr. Mathunjwa, that meeting was in fact called, but Amcu was excluded.
Andithi yabakho lo meeting kodwa Mathunjwa uAmco nje
Got that
angabizwanga.
from the cross-examination by Mr. Berger. Is that not?
Yes, it was mentioned that there was a meeting, but specifically from our side, we had no knowledge of such a meeting. And then according to the response from management by Jomo Kwadi, I think in the cross-examination, I mentioned when I asked him, he said they had a meeting with UWASA and Solidarity and other stakeholders. Then I asked him why we were not invited, hence we requested the meeting. Thank you.
Ewe xa ndithetha noKwadi wayitsho into yokuba kwabakho inhlangano apho kwakhona oUWASA noSolidarity nabanye xa ndizambuza ukuba intoni thina singabizwanga apho.
Sorry, are you referring to the meeting of the Sunday, the 12th?
Thetha nge-meeting nge-12 ngecawe.
Yes, which he referred me to.
Ewe yiloo meeting abethetha ngayo.
Do you know whether that was the meeting you requested or another meeting?
Kwakuyile meeting wawuyicelile noma kwakungenye nje meeting zabo.
But what difference would it make? Because he asked for a meeting, the meeting was called, but that he was excluded. What difference would it make then?
Commissioner uTokota uthi ayinakwenza mahluko loo nto ngoba uye wayecela i-meeting yabizwa i-meeting kodwa wangabizwa.
Chairperson, I think it would make a world of a difference if between the following two scenarios. Scenario one is
Matter to me.
No,
Why don't
I
you
thought-
reformulate the question to the witness
I'm
in a way which
answering-
deals with the point raised by my brother, Commissioner Tekota, and it saves time and we get a clear, focused answer from the witness. Or
Chairperson,
would you like me to do it? Mr. Mathunjwa.
I'm answering the question
All right,
that's
okay,
put by
okay.
Mr. Tokota.
I understand you. Mr. Mathunjwa, you've heard there was a meeting which was organized from which your union was excluded. You've
Andithi
heard that.
vile kwakho i-meeting eyabizwa Mathunjwa kodwa i-union yakho yangabi khona.
Yes,
I take it you didn't know about it at the time, you only heard about it subsequently, is that correct?
that's correct.
Ubungenalwazi ngaloo meeting waze kwaba ngeli xesha bexela ngayo. Ewe.
The question that's being debated at the moment is whether if your union had been present through representatives at that meeting, is it your view that that would have made a difference with
Uthi ke-
relation to what happened subsequently?
Ika i-union yakho ibibiziwe kulo meeting bekuzoba khona umehluko kwezehlakalo eziye zenzeke emva koko.
We believe that we could have contributed positively in that meeting.
Sinenkolo sikholelwa kokuba nathi besizawuba nento besingayifaka apho ebezoba luncedo.
With respect, Chairperson, two things. One is,
I've asked a question, I've got an answer.
yeah,
I'll
well,
give
that's
you
not
back
the
bat-
question now.
No,
It's
no,
got
I know
nothing
that.
to do with what I was trying
I'll
to
give
put
you
to
back
the
the
witness.
baton and go
Thank
on
you,
now.
Chair. But also, Chair, if a commissioner asks me a question which suggests that I shouldn't follow a particular line of questioning, then I'm obliged to respond. I can't just carry on as if nothing has happened. Yeah. The point, the simple point I want to make, Mr. Mathunjwa, really is this. Do you know whether the meeting that happened on the 12th happened as a result of your request to have a meeting, or whether it happened maybe as a result of somebody else's request? In other words, that it was an unrelated meeting.
Umbuzo ke yilo ukuthi njengoba wawucele i-meeting kwade kwabanjwa ke meeting nge-12 unolwazi ngokuba le meeting yange-12 yayenziwe lubizo lwakho ikanene kwaku meeting nje enye yenzeke ngolunye uhlobo ibizwe ngabanye.
I would know whether was it the results of my letter or not.
Andinakwazi ukuba yayibizwe ngesizathu sencwadi endandiyibhalile ikanene.
Thank you very much. You also testified, or did you also testify that the management, at least, had confirmed that they had called the police from the very beginning, which was the 5th, and that your evidence is that maybe the police could have also prevented some of the events?
5th of what?
Not the 5th, on the Friday, sorry, I'm making a mistake. The Friday, which is the 10th, yes.
Mr. Chairperson, if the question would be repeated, I'm not very
Yes.
clear.
It was evidence when we were last here that, and I think that came from page 20. Just a minute.
I think you have to find it in the transcript at this
Yes.
stage. If it's challenged, you can perhaps refer it.
It was also your evidence, or at least the testimony or statements made by, I think, Mr. Mukwena in the Kuala interview, that management had called the police assistance since the Friday the 10th. You remember that?
Nina bakho bathi umkwena wena wathi bekubizwe amapolisa babiza amapolisa kusuka nge-10.
Yes, I could remember that.
Ewe ndiyayikhumbula loo nto.
Now, we also know that in terms of the relationship between the two entities, we also know that the Joint Operation Center was located at Lonmin premises. To what extent did you observe the two parties working together in that job?
Siyazi kokuba i-Joint Operation Center yayiphaya endaweni yakwa-Lonmin apho besebenzela khona. Ubudlelwano babukhona phakathi kwabo bakwa-Lonmin namapolisa babunjani ngokubona kwakho?
Would you please repeat that question, please, for me?
Ngaphinda lo mbuzo futhi.
Wants to know is to what extent did you notice Lonman and the police working together at the jock?
Umbuzo yilo ukuba
You were there.
ngokubona kwakho kwababunjani ubudlelwano phakathi ko-Lonmin namapolisa phaya kwi-jog?
I would say what I've observed on the 15th, when we had the meeting with the police generals, general and other officers and management, NUM and ourselves. After NUM requested for a caucus, then we were left behind. And subsequent to that, when we asked their whereabouts, they told us they are at the Joint Operation Center. We must join them. And then when we arrived there, we find NUM, police and management, which they left us behind. And subsequent to that, on the 16th, in the morning of the 16th, NUM, management, SAPS, they were in the same building again at LPD offices. So surely there was some collaboration, one for lack of better word, because there was no other union which was present, according what I've observed.
Uthi-ke umhlekazi uMathunjwa kulo mbuzo. Xa ndiyijonga lento kusuka nge-15 nje emva kokuba sibe nenhlanganiso phaya, kwabe sekuthi NUM isicela okokuba kubekho i-caucus. Sashiywa-ke apho thina sithemba kwexesha xa ndifowuna kwathiwa masize eJok. Xa sifika phaya eJok, ndafumana i-NUM namapolisa nolonmin behlangene phaya. Kuthe ngemini elandelayo nge-16, xa ndifika phaya ndafumana aba bathathu basekunye futhi ndabona okokuba kukho ukudibana kwemiqondo apha kwaba bantu abathathu.
And were you aware that the equipment that was being used to monitor the activities at the copy by the police belonged to lawmen?
Wawunolwazi okokuba izixhobo zazisetshenziswa phaya ukujonga yonke into eyenzeka apho ezi zazisetshenziswa ngamapolisa zeza kwalonmin?
No, I didn't have any.
Ndingenalwazi ke ngaloko.
Were you aware that General Mbombo was taken for a whistle tour of the affected area in a lawman aircraft?
Awunalo ulwazi lokuba uGeneral Mbombo wathathwa ke bonisa yonke le ndawo phaya kwalonmin apha kokwenzeka zonke lezi.
May I invite my learned friend whether that is his evidence and whether he will lead evidence to that effect before he puts that?
Helicopter kwalonmin.
Helicopter which belonged to the security company, it wasn't a lawman helicopter. And anyway, now if that evidence, it wasn't challenged at the time it was given, if that you wish to challenge that evidence, going to lead contrary evidence, of course it'll be interesting to hear it, but unfortunately it wasn't challenged at the time. If the question is asked under misunderstanding of the true facts, it had better be reformulated.
Yeah.
Yeah, ivelele lento kokuba le kwakuyihelicopter yombuso kodwa ke xa obomnqina buzawukhanyelwa kuzawuvela emva kwexesha xa kubuzwa imibuzo.
Chairperson, thank you. Let me just clarify. I think there's major confusion. I'm not referring to the. If you, Chairperson, remember at the beginning we referred to what we call the lawman helicopter.
I think it was referenced earlier to that
To a helicopter,
as
yes.
a lawman helicopter.
Yes.
It later transpired that it wasn't a lawman helicopter.
It was a coin,
It was a
yeah.
security
Yeah.
helicopter.
It was actually
If that's-
coin security.
If that's the helicopter, yes, it was. If that's the helicopter that you mean,
No.
then you can ask questions about it. But if that isn't what you mean, and you're referring to something else that we haven't heard anything about at all, then Mr. Berger is entitled to say, is that the evidence that you are proposing to lead?
Chairperson, I stand corrected, and I will look for the exact passage. But my recollection is that this is evidence that comes from the police themselves. That in the morning, General Mbombo was taken in a lawman, a separate, not that one of the coin security, in a lawman helicopter, and I'm just going to find it in the.
Anyway, I think you're asking the witness whether he knew about it. If the answer is going to be similar to the answer we got to your previous question, that he didn't know about it, then you don't even have to look because it won't be relevant. Did you know that the general had been taken on a reconnaissance
in
trip
the
by helicopter,
OB.
in a helicopter which belonged to lawmen?
Ubonalo na ulwazi okokuba ngalo mini uGeneral wathathwa ngehelicopter eya kwalonmin wahamba eboniswa yonke le ndawo apho ejonga
No, I don't have any knowledge.
You can stop
Andinalwazi
searching,
ngalo.
Mr. Mpofu. We can carry on to the next point.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will nevertheless find the thing for Mr. Berger.
My learned friend shouldn't be concerned about me. I'm not confused.
Well,
Hayi uthi Berger hayi.
With the
ke,
greatest
akekho
respect, I
confused yena,
differ.
angazihluphi ngayo Mpofu.
I think that there's no confusion. It's
That's a
either
spat- that's
he
a
was
spat you
or
can
he was
have
not.
in the auditorium after we've adjourned.
Yes.
I don't want to waste
I'll
committee's
find the
time on that.
passage, that's all I'm
Uh,
saying, Chairperson,
have
and
you
clear
got
the
much-
confusion on anybody's part. Yeah.
All right, have you got much more cross-examination for the witness? How long do you think is you likely to be?
Chair, if you can give me the indulgence, I just want to round off, but we could take the break. I'll be one or two questions.
Well,
more.
I'll give you 3 more questions, then we'll take the break.
Well, Chairperson,
On the assumption that you've
it's
been
a
finished.
term of art, 3 or 4 questions.
I don't know, say 3 or 4 terms. If you've got 3 or 4
Can we take the break, please, Chairperson? I won't be long, I promise. It will save time, actually, because I just have 1 or 2
take
propositions.
take the short adjournment at this.
Masithathe ixesha letiye kancinci.
I just want to find that. No, it's not the diary. It's OB. It's an occurrence book. Okay, we'll make it 3 issues.
That's probably a more accurate term of art.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just in the same vein that I was asking you, my last issue on what I call the collusion. Were you aware that, or rather, you know that there was a court interdict that was sought by lawmen?
Uyayazi into yokuba kukho i-interdict eyayifunwa ngabakwa-lawnmen
Yes.
court. Ewe.
Were you aware that the suggestion or the advice to launch that interdict was made by the police?
Nolwazi lokuba le
I
nto
don't think
kude
we've been
kwenziwe
told
le
that. Are you proposing to lead evidence to establish that as a fact?
Yes.
yayivela kumapolisa.
And there's no objection so far?
It is loud and clear.
I think you anticipated things a bit there, Mr. Wilson.
I see that. I see you were waiting for it,
Let
Chairperson.
me oblige my learned friend, I object to the question then. If there's no evidence, I don't
Hang
have
on,
instructions.
Mr. Sebenya turned his machine on first. So there are 2 objections, no less than 2 objections to your question. Let's hear what council have to say, get your reply, and then we'll see whether you can carry on.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, we object to that question unless the foundation is laid for it. But secondly, to leave it at the level of police is not helpful. We'll have to be told which police, what day, what place that was made.
Uthi umhlekazi uSiminya uxhasene nalo mbuzo ngoba awunasisekelo.
I'm not sure
Kakutshiwo
as
nje.
detailed an interrogatory as that will be allowed, but Mr.
Something
Berger,
like
you also wanted to motivate the objection.
No, I associate
Ubani
myself with my
emapoliseni
learned friend,
owafaka
Mr.
eso
Sebenya.
sicelo?
The full detail of
Maphi
the interrogatory.
amapolisa nini?
Well, at least to identify the person on my side with whom I can speak to get instructions, Chair.
Mr.
Okay.
Buffer, what do you say about those 2 points?
Xa engatsho nje ukuba ngubani lo
Chairperson,
emapoliseni.
that person, Mr. Berger, will find is Mr. Jomo Kwadi.
Lo muntu kuthethwa ngaye uJomo Kwadi.
And I'll refer for Mr. Semenya's foundation laying and with the help of Ms. Pillay, hopefully, page 139 of the loan min documents,
Xa sijonga phaya kwincwadi zakwa-lawnmen page 139.
volume 1. And I might as well just read it out, chairs, just to save time.
Uza kusifundela yona ukuba ithini.
Referring to an exhibit that's been put in already, because in cross-examination, Mr.
No,
Berger
in fact,
put in-
Chairperson will make it an exhibit. It's on page, I don't think it's been used before. I was not here for the full cross-examination, but it's part of the papers. Yeah. I know that it was referred to, the interdict was referred to, but I didn't think that the specific court papers were.
All right, anyway, what you say is
Yeah.
that you're referring to a statement by Mr. Kwadi, which is in the Lonman papers.
Yes.
You're given the Lonman reference. If it's not an exhibit yet, then
We'll give it.
It'll be given an exhibit.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Copies, you will have copies prepared.
I will,
Give it
Chair.
to us and marked, and Ms. Pillay will give us the next
Exhibit number.
exhibit designation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
And then you can read it out, and then Mr. Berger and Mr. Semenya will hopefully be satisfied. But if you're going to suggest that the police were involved, then unless Mr. Kwadi says who the policeman is.
He does.
He does, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you,
That
Chairperson.
problem we dealt with.
Yes.
Ms. Pillay?
Chair, it's RR1.
RR1.
And if, just for purposes of clarity, Chair, we could get a better description of which document Mr. Mpofu
Okay,
is
it's the
referring
founding
to.
affidavit in the application. Let's rather make the whole application RR1, maybe, in case there are other. Okay, it's quite big, yes, just the affidavit, it's fine. Yes, yes. Thank you, Chair. In the
The
application,
founding affidavit in the application for an interdict brought
Correct.
by Lonman
Yes,
on...
under
what-
case number J
well, I don't
2070.
really- Okay. The founding affidavit in the Lonman interdict application,
Yeah,
does that
Apha
give you the
kuzawufunda khona.
particularity you require, Ms. Pillay?
Thank you, it does, Chair.
apha kuzawufunda khona incwadi yesicelo sakwa-Lonmin apho bacela khona ukuba kwenziwe i-interdict eyayibhalwe ngumhlekazi uGwadi.
Pofu, we haven't got the document in front of us yet. If you can give us the paragraph number that you're quoting from. or that you
paragraph
read from.
16, Chairperson.
Paragraph 16.
Yes.
We'll leave that to the witness,
I
and
will.
then we'll see whether he can answer the question you're
Yes.
going to ask on the strength thereof.
Mr. Mathunjwa, so before I read the passage, although you didn't oppose this application, it was served on Amcu, correct? Because Amcu was one of the respondents.
Angithi Amco yaseva ngala maphepha noma nizange niphendule nanikwa amaphepha ayo.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm
Ewe
now,
kunjalo.
thank you. I'm going to read paragraph 16, the relevant passage, and then I'll ask you the question. This is what Mr. Kwadi says in an affidavit
Le-
under oath.
Intetho kaMhlekazi uGwadi ayenza ngaphansi kwesifungo.
The SAPS has informed me that due to the volatile situation, management should not try to address the third to further respondents. The third to further respondents were the strikers. Okay.
Apha ke uthi uGwadi baxelwa ngabakwa SAPS okokuba ngoba nayi lento isineziqholoqholo ezinjena ke mabangajongani nayo kubasebenzi mabangajongisi kubasebenzi.
The situation is very tense, and the SAPS has advised that the applicants should consider obtaining an interdict in an endeavor to encourage the third to further respondents to return to normal work so that their grievances can be aired and addressed in terms of existing internal procedures such as the grievance procedures.
Wathi ke apho ngoba kuthiwa isimo simaxongo ngolhlobo bangasajongani nabasebenzi bacele befake isicelo ekhotho esizokwenza ukuba kunyanzeliswe ababantu babuyele empangelweni ukuba into izothethwa ngezindlela ezilandela imigaqo ebekiwe.
Okay, now that the foundation has been laid, the question
That,
is,
of course, doesn't answer Mr. Semenya's point.
Yeah.
That statement of Mr. Kwadi doesn't identify the policeman who made the suggestion, but presumably that will come out in the fullness of time. So you
it
want to
will.
ask a question
Yeah,
of the witness based upon that statement you've read to him. All right.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And yes, I'm sure when Mr. Kwadi comes here, he'll give us the chapter and verse of which policeman spoke to him and so on. Now,
Kuyawuthi xa uGwadi seza apha abuza umbuzo uyena ozawuveza okokuba leliphi ipolisa elamnika lento elamxelela lento.
well, the question was, were you aware, but I suppose now it would be, are you aware now, that the interdict was sought on the advice of the SAPS?
Umbuzo ke yilo okokuba xa uyofuna le interdict ubusazi na okokuba banikezwe leyo nto
No, I
leyo
object to
myalelo
that question.
ngeSAPS.
This doesn't support it at all. I was listening to a suggestion that there's collusion between my client and the police.
No.
If this is the high water mark of collusion, I'd like to know it because I can deal with it. But with respect, the question does not arise from this statement. There's a debate with the police, and my client then applies for an interdict. It's not at the insistence of the police.
Over-egg the pudding, Mr. Mpofu, when you asked your question based on the paragraph. Let me ask a question. or two.
Yes.
Mr. Mathunjwa, were those papers served upon Amcu?
Amco yanikwa la maphepha Mathunjwa.
Yes, it was served.
Did you read them at the time?
No, I was not at the office by the time it was served, and I never read it.
Ndandingekho ofisini xa esiza anzange ndiwafunde.
So you only discovered subsequently that statement was made by Mr. Kwadi in the founding affidavit?
Yes,
When it's been read to you now, I suppose.
now, yes.
All right.
Iva ngoku lento okokuba yavela ngokwadi into yokuba makucelwe
Mr.
i-interdict.
Mpofu wants to ask you for your reaction. I'm not quite sure how
Yeah.
helpful it's going to be, but anyway, let's get your reaction to that statement in the way that Mr. Mpofu wants to ask you the question. If he can do so in a manner that doesn't provoke further objections from some of his learned friends.
I'll try, Chair, and I
As far
promise
as
I'll
the-
give up if there's an objection.
Ngumbuzo ozawuvela.
So
Give up if there's a well-founded objection.
Thank you, Chair.
You won't give up if there's an
Of course not, Chair.
objection that's not
You
well-founded.
do-
Right. Now let's talk waste time.
Thank you.
Ask the question.
Okay, now that you are aware of this, what would be your reaction in relation to the topic we're talking about of the cooperation? Let's try a nice word between the police and lawnmen.
With respect, how does the, I suppose I shouldn't say with respect, but I say it sincerely. How does the witness's reaction to that statement help us? You allege that there's what you called a toxic collusion between the police and lawnmen. It sounds as if you're going to rely on that statement as one of the items of evidence in support of the conclusion that you ask us to come to.
Correct.
Now, we will do so based on the evidence you put before us. The witness's reaction to that particular item of evidence, whatever his reaction may be, isn't going to help us one way or the other in deciding whether the allegation that you are making in this regard is correct or not. So I don't propose allowing you to ask him to get the witness's reaction. You might ask him something else, which takes the matter further, but that question doesn't, I'm afraid.
Uthi umgcinisihlalo lo mbuzo abona ukuba kukho into onceda ngayo apha ngoba umhlekazi uMpofu uzama ukubonisa okokuba kwakukho ubudlelwane obabunetshefu phakathi kwe-lawnmen namapolisa. Uthi lo mbuzo nombono waleli ngqina alinawunceda kuloo nto ngaphandle kokuba kube khona umngqina obukhombisa ngqo loo nto.
Okay, okay, Chair, I misled you. I'm not giving up at the first instance. Yeah. I'll give up after this one. Yeah.
It's not to mislead me again. I'll let you carry on.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, now that this statement has been read to you, and given the fact that I've said to you that at the end of the case we're going to be arguing that there was there was toxic collusion between the police and lawnmen. You've also given a few instances, such as the location of the jog and what have you. Would you agree that this is an instance or an example of such collusion?
No, I object to that question, Chair.
Sizawubeka apha ekugqibeleni ke
I
thina
give up.
ngokuba
But you don't have to answer, Mr. Mathunjwa.
kwakukho ubudlelwane obabunetshefu obungebuhle phakathi kwa-lawnmen
You heard the point
namapolisa.
which Council is trying to make. Now, the allegation is that there's this collusion, which has been so described, between lawnmen and the police. Now, are you able, from your own knowledge, to tell us anything which can help us to decide whether that allegation, which apparently is being made, is correct or not? If you know nothing from your own knowledge, well, then you must say so. But if there's some extra information that you have, which is part of your own knowledge, then it's appropriate for you to tell us.
Chike umgcinisihlalo ungasixelela wena ngokwakho Mathunjwa xa unalo ulwazi wena ngokwakho olungabonisa lento evezwa apha kokuba kwakukhona ubambiswano ukuvana phakathi kuka-lawnmen namapolisa. Xa ungaveza wena ngokwakho into oyaziyo nje isizathu esithize esakubonisa okokuba nyhani bukhona ubudlelwane obunjengalobo ungakuveza.
I wonder whether would this be of assistance, but I'm subject to your correction. When I was reading documents of the debriefing of the 15, the subject that was discussed between management, NUM and police is totally different than what we're discussing with Mr. Mpembe. In the debriefing of NUM and management, you find that they are talking about putting someone within the group to split the group inside. But in our debriefing, we don't have that instances where the generals are talking of how can we try means of dispersing or try to sow the seed of division, for lack of better word, within the leaders. I don't know whether would that be regarded as
We
such.
take the point. When the generals give evidence, presumably they'll be asked about that, And when the NUM people give evidence, they'll also be asked about that. It's just a point you put on the table, but you can't make much of it yourself. Something may or may not be made of it later. That's fair enough.
Uthi ke kafuphi nje umhlekazi Mathunjwa ngokubona kwakhe izinto babexela zona bona noma xa befunda izincwadi phaya kwi debriefing intetho ezazibekwa phakathi kwenum namaponisa nelo zazohluka kulezi zinto babethetha ngazo bona kuthi kufanele kufakwe abantu phaya abazokwazi ukuthi bahlukanise aba bantu kuzawuvela oko xa sekuvezwa obobunqina ngaphambi kwenkundla.
Okay, Mr. Mathunjwa, last question on this. In your experience as a trade unionist, is it usual or unusual in your experience that an employer would bring an application on the advice of the police?
Kwazi kwakho ke Mathunjwa njengomuntu okudala ke ulapha kwizi union.
I don't know that advice is the right word. Perhaps partly at the suggestion of might be a way that will get past Mr. Berger. But anyway,
Yes. Yes.
Anyway, you've heard my amendment to his question.
Qualification.
You're a trade unionist. You've been in the trade union business for a long time. Have you ever, in your experience, come across a case where an employer seeks an interdict stopping a strike at the suggestion, at least in part, of the police?
Njengomuntu okudala apha kwizi unions into esisiqhelwa yini noma into engavamisile ukwenzeka okokuba umqashi afune i-interdict yokuthi amise i-strike ngengxelo ayifumana emapoliseni axelela ngamapolisa ukuba funa inantsika wena umise le strike.
In all fairness, it should be part of that question that it is unlawful strike. As the witness has said, a stoppage which was unlawful.
Yes, no, that's correct. You, in fact, conceded. I didn't add that to my amendment to the question, because you conceded in your evidence in chief that because it was an unprotected strike, there was no point in opposing, and that's why Amcu didn't enter into the list, as it were, to defend the application, because you accepted effectively that the interdict would have to be granted because the strike was an unprotected one, right? So let's reformulate the question so that there can be no argument later. In your experience as a trade unionist of many years, have you ever come across a case where the employer has sought an interdict stopping an unprotected strike and has done so partly at least on the suggestion, at the suggestion of the police?
Umbuzo govela ku-chairperson ulowo ukuthi ke njengoba ubusutshilo kokuba esi strike sasingekho emthethweni kwaba yileso sizathu iAmcu ingayanga ecourt iyophikisana neso sicelo buzo kokuba njengomuntu ke ekudala ekhona apha kwi-unions into evamise ukuba sisichelo nako kokuba kube khona into enjengale ukuba amapolisa axelele umqashi okokuba makenze i-interdict amise i-strike.
No, to my experience, I've never come across such.
Ngolwami ke ulwazi kanizange ndiyibone into enjengale yenza.
Thank you. Can we quickly move to something else? Thank you very much. Now, I'm just going to read you something from the statement of General Mbombo and then invite your comment. It's paragraph 19.3.
Apha ndizafunda i-statement sika-General Mbombo.
She says, this is about the 16th. He Mathunjwa, incorrectly spelled, indicated that he has been at Lonmin offices since 7 and management is ignoring him. That's the first thing.
Into yokuqala uthi ufike phaya ngo-7 uMathunjwa ngo-7 kusasa i-management iloku ayimhoyi.
I prevailed upon him that he should keep his promise. Then I'm just going to jump one sentence. And then she says, at our short meeting, I reminded him of his promise. This is the important part. He asked for transport to go to the Kopi, and his request was acceded to, but he later changed his mind and made use of his vehicle.
Uthi ke wacela inqwelo kokuba mawunikwe inqwelo yokuya phaya. Wanikwa kwavunyelwa ukuba uzawunika inqwelo kuthi emva wasujika umqondo usuhamba ngeyakho inqwelo.
The first question is not 7 a.m. It was about 8:20 a.m.
Okay,
Promise had been 8 o'clock, as far as I remember. You actually got there at 8:20.
That's
But you
correct.
promised
Yeah.
to come at 8.
8.
ndandithembisa ukuba
You had
ndizawufika
a problem, you
ngo-8
got there late.
kodwa ndafika
second question
ngo-8:20
is,
hayi ngo-7
Did you
njengoba
first
kubekwa
ask for a vehicle, a police vehicle, and then later change, which was made available? Did you then change your mind and go in your own vehicle? That's the second part of it.
The second part of the question, we requested the transport and was never granted and never changed the mind. I decided to use my private vehicle because there was no transport granted by SAPS.
umbuzo wesibini ke impendulo yami ile sayicela thina inqwelo ukuba masithathe ngenqwela yabo ukuya phaya azange ndinikwe loo nqwelo kwase kuba ndim ke ndizihambela ngeyami inqwelo ukuya phaya ngokwami hayi ukuba ndijike umqondo andinikwanga nqwelo yamapolisa.
and finally, Mr. Mathunjwa, and I won't go into the detail, for all the reasons that you have already given to the commission, were you convinced around the time of your second visit to the copy on the 16th that the police were going to kill the protesters?
Wami wokugqibela ilona kokuba xa usiya phaya entabeni kwesibili ngale mini wawuseyibonile engqondweni yakho kokuba amapolisa ayawugqibela babulela ababantu.
Yes, based on the manner in which things happened after our first visit, with no cooperation from the police, from the management of Lone Min, and subsequent to my effort at the operation area where the Nyalas were, where I requested the intervention of the person who was in charge of the operation, where he said he will call Mr. Naidu, to no avail. And then surely to me it was clear that the worst is coming.
Kwacaca ke kumo kokuba kukho isehlakalo esizokwenzeka apha ndibona ngendlela kwakwenzeka ngayo yonke into emva kokuba sengicela ukuba ndibonane nalaba kwathiwa ndibonane noNaidu kwangenzeka into ndibona isimo esasikhona ngelo xesha kokuba kukho into ezokwenzeka engeyinhle apha.
And indeed, within some minutes after you left the copy, a gentleman called Jombo called you and said the police are killing the workers. How long after you had left the copy did you receive that call?
Kwakuyimizuzu nje usukile phaya ekopi xa le ndoda ekuthiwa nguJambo ikufowunela ixela uba hey amapolisa abulala abantu apha kwakuyixesha elingakanani usukile phaya ekopini.
Let's correct this. Jombo never phoned me. He received the call while we were in the car.
uJambo azange andifonele uyena owafumana ifoni sisemotweni.
And he told us that there is someone phoning telling him that the police are killing the people at the copy.
Wasixelela
You've made
ke
that
apha emotweni okokuba amapolisa abulala abantu
Question is,
phaya
what is the
ekopini.
time lapse between your departure from the copy and the receipt by Jumbo of that phone call?
Kwakulixesha elingakanani nisukile ke phaya uJambo xa zawufumana le mfonomfono.
I could say maybe plus minus 20 minutes, could be over 20 minutes or so.
Ndingathi nje apha ko 20 minutes noma ugqitha nje kancane apho emva kokuba sisukile phaya entabeni.
This time is really finally, Chairperson. And if I can just check,
Gqibela
Chairperson, what
nyani
is
ke
the
lo mbuzo.
status of QQ3? I seem to remember that it was in and then it was out. If maybe Ms. Pillay can help us. Was it out?
We don't have an exhibit QQ3, Chairperson, so I think it was removed.
QQ3 was intended to be a transcript of
The 15th.
what was said on the video clip of the events at the railway line, but it was then removed because I think it had been interpreted in the course of the clip being shown, and so it was in the transcript and didn't have to become an exhibit, as far as I remember.
That's correct, and Mr. Nsebeza agreed not to hand it in.
Well, then can I hand it in?
umbuzo kokuba le kuthetha ngayo QQ3 iyayiphethe umhlaka sebenza zangayifake phakathi ucela ukuba ifake uMpofu.
And I'm not going to take you through it, I promise, Mr. Mathunjwa. The only point I want to make about QQ3 is the fact, and you can take my word for it, the fact that on QQ3, the strikers said on 10 occasions that they were not fighting with anybody and they were not fighting with the government or the police.
Apha ke intetho eyenzeka phaya ngakuloliwe phaya ngakurelwe uthi umhlakazi abaqhankqalazi aba ubala amatsheli angu10 apho bethi khona asilwi namapolisa asilwi namuntu.
And the question is, would that kind of evidence be in accordance with your observance of the workers on the 15th and 16th, which you described as calm?
Sithi ke bathetha kwade kwakaningi kokuba kalwe namuntu indlela nawo owabona ngayo aba baqhankqalazi ngomhla ka15 nomhla ka16 ukuba ngabantu bebengenalo bebengenaziqholo-qholo bengalwi.
Maybe I'll answer by saying on the 13th I was not present, but the clip that was presented by SAPS when the person was talking, he relayed that they are not fighting. Coming to on the 16th, yes, when I arrived there, I mean, people were sitting down. They were calm.
Nge13 ndandingekho ke kodwa xa sijonga umfanekiso apha ngendlela babethetha ngalo namapolisa ndijonga nangendlela babeziphethe ngayo xa ndiya phaya nge16 behleli phansi ndenza eso sigqibo kokuba aba bantu bebanomoya ophansi kungekho dushe lolukho.
And to you, did they repeat this refrain, we're not fighting, we're not fighting?
Ba wabeva beyiphinda-phinda le ntetho yokuba asilwi namuntu asilwi namuntu.
Yes, they wanted to see their employer and to talk to their employer. So they were not fighting.
Into babeyifuna babengalwi aba bantu babethi bafuna nje umqashi wabo bafuna ukuba bathethe naye.
And again, I mean, that's why I keep on referring to my second visit when they said they won't attack any police. They will sit here and let the police come and kill them, but they won't move until the employer come.
Manditsho kokuba xa ndisiya phaya ekugqibeleni bathi kum abanawusuka phaya entabeni abanawuhlasela muntu bona abanawuhlasela amapolisa xa ethanda makeze azobabulalela phaya entabeni.
Thank you, Chairperson. No further questions. And thank you for the indulgence, Chairperson.
Uyabulela mhlaka Mpofu.
Sorry. Any other council want to ask any further questions in cross-examination? Firstly, any council who hasn't asked a question yet, I think we've exhausted every council who could otherwise ask questions as the first instance. Before Mr. Brain is re-examined, it looks from the expression on Mr. Tip's face and the fact that he's turned his microphone on that he wants to apply to be allowed to ask further questions in cross-examination. Is that correct? I think you will have to motivate the application briefly.
I intend to briefly. Chair, you'll recall that in the course of the cross-examination by Mr. Nsebeza, Mr. Mathunjwa was taken to the City Press article in which he dealt with the disciplinary proceedings that were held at the Douglas Colliery in 2000 and described in unflattering terms what the process had been. We said that we would have to take instructions, which we have done. I'm in the position to put certain propositions as to what those instructions are.
You understand it's a collateral point, but in as much as the allegations were made, it might be relevant in respect of the attitude of NUM to the witness and vice versa. I'll allow you to deal with it, but very briefly. I don't want to have a full-scale debate about a disciplinary inquiry that was held or wasn't held. I think over 20 years ago, wasn't it?
Well, that's correct. Mr. Chair, let me just briefly indicate what our attitude is. We consider this to be essentially irrelevant to the terms of reference. It is as though there is being placed before the Commission an investigation of what is contended to have been an unlawful removal of Mr. Mathunjwa from his position as chair. The difficulty that we have is that this has been broadcast, it's been published, and we think that it would be fair, at the very least, for us to put 8 or 9 brief propositions.
I'll allow you to do
what-
that. Obviously, the
yes.
witness was then get a chance to deal, I hope, with a similar degree of brevity with the propositions. The relevance of it seemed to me that it might be used in argument to suggest that there was some kind of long-standing animosity between NUM and this witness, and therefore his organization. It would be rather far removed from the issues we have to decide, but I wasn't certain that we wouldn't be presented with argument on that basis, so I didn't stop the cross-examination. But I'll allow you
Yes.
to deal with it in the manner I've
Mr.
described.
Chair, we appreciate that. I may say that it's our
Mhlekazi.
view that it is remote. but,
Umhlekazi Tip ubeka apha phambi kwenkundla kokuba le mibuzo afuna ukuyibuza imaqondana nala ntetho yavela apha okokuba kwenzeka ntoni ukuze umhlekazi uMathunjwa aphume kweNUM ngo-2000 uthi umgcini sihlalo izawubaluleka apha ekugqibeleni ngoba xa kukho mhlawumbe intetho ethi kukho ukungavani phakathi kwaMathunjwa neNUM nenhlangano le yavela emva koko mhlawumbe kungaba into ebalulekile okokuba kugqitywe ngayo kwangoku.
I'm simply going to put the propositions, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Mathunjwa, I'm sure will deal with them briefly. I'm not going to put any questions by way of cross-examination whatsoever.
Ndinawuthatha ixesha elide ke ndawubeka nje kafuphi aphendule uMathunjwa apho aphendula khona kancinci nje.
Mr. Mathunjwa, you followed that, so it's really just a brief response to each of the propositions, please. First of all, the disciplinary proceedings involved not only...
I suggest you put all of them at once, and then he can then deal with them seriatim if he wishes. Proposition, answer, it'll take much longer.
Yes.
Thi makayibeke
them all at
kanye
once.
caca ukuba ufuna ubuza ntoni azokwazi uMathunjwa aphendule. Uthi le mibuzo uyibuza ngoba kuye kwapapashwa nasezindabeni lento yokuba wagxothwa ngendlela enjani uMathunjwa.
I will just give the interpreter an opportunity every now and then.
Uza kunika ke noko ithuba lokuba ndibaxelele bakowethu phaya okwenzeka ntoni apha.
Mr. Mathunjwa, the disciplinary steps that were instituted against you were at the same time also instituted against Mr. Simon Khoza, who was your branch secretary at the time. The disciplinary proceedings, the committee, was chaired by Paul Mukwana, a regional NUM official and member of the regional committee at the time, and that was the position throughout.
Andithi ke kule disciplinary hearing nani kuyo kwakunguwe no umnye uSimon Khoza yayihlalele umgcini sihlalo wayo chaired by say.
No disciplinary committee was established by NUM National Office, nor chaired by the General Secretary.
He said it was chaired by Paul
I beg your pardon, Mokwana.
Mukwana.
Yeah.
Kunjalo? Nomaka.
I'll continue. There was no role played by NUM National Office in these proceedings at all, and in particular, no role played by Mr. Gwedi Mantashe. That you and Mr. Khoza refused to attend the disciplinary committee hearings that had been convened by the Highveld region on at least 2 occasions.
Kuthiwa ke lana National Office yeNUM kakhulu utata uGwede Mantashe wayengangeni nganto kulento lena lento kwakuyisenzo se-regional office Highveld phaya enala ukuya kuyo nobabini noKhoza.
In consequence, the 2 of you were found guilty in absentia and your memberships of the union were terminated.
Kuthiwa ke nafunyanwa ninetyala nobabini ngaphandle kokuba nibekhona apho nafunyanwa netyala ningekho kwase kuthi ubulungu benu ke sebuyahlehliswa kwiNUM.
Letters confirming the outcome of the disciplinary proceedings were delivered to the 2 of you personally by the then regional president of the NUM Highveld region, Mr. Pete Matosa.
Thiwa ke izincwadi zokuba nigxothiwe embuthweni nobabili nanikezwa zona ngokwenu nikezwa nguPete Mathosa owayengomnye wama-official apho.
The letters were handed to the two of you in the offices of the Douglas Colliery Human Resource Manager, but both of you refused to accept them.
Kuthiwa izincwadi ezizaziswa phaya kuni ofisini le Human Resource Manager eDouglas Colliery kodwa ke anivumanga uzamkela.
Mr. Matosa then left the letters together with an instruction from NIM to Douglas Colliery to stop deducting membership subscriptions from the two of you.
Umathosa lo wayethunyelwe ke wabesexelela abo baseDouglas Colliery kokuba bangasa thathi imali yenu ye membership apho.
Those letters were left with the Human Resource Manager at the colliery.
Ezo zincwadi zombili zanikezwa kumanager we-Human Resource eDouglas Colliery.
That concludes the propositions. Would you care to comment on that, please?
Uphelela apha ke kwintetho yabo impendulo yakho ithini apha ke Mhlekazi Mathunjwa?
Thank you. What I recall was the disciplinary hearing that was called in the head office of NUM at 36th Street, which was supposed to be chaired by Mr. Gwede Mantashe, which I refused to attend into it until such time he recused himself.
Inansika uthi Mhlekazi Mathunjwa hayi le disciplinary hearing yayobanjwa e-6th Street eJohannesburg apho kwakuzohlala khona umhlali ngaphambili uMhlekazi uGwede Mantashe endingavumanga mina ukuya kuyo aze azishenxisa yena azisusa apha esitulweni.
And the reason for that is because he was highly involved in the issues of the branch.
Kwakuthi ke isizathu esasenza ukuba wayengena kakhulu kwizinto ezazenzeka phaya ebranchini.
And for that reason, as far as my recollection goes, I was informed by management that I'm no longer a member of NUM.
Ukukhumbula kwami ke anixelelwanga ngabanye ndeva ngemanagement yami okokuba aniselo lungu le-NUM.
And subsequent to that effect, again, I realized through my salary advice or pay slip that there was no deduction effected for NUM.
Enye ke into endayibona ndabona kwi-payslip yami kwi-salary slip okokuba akusatsalwanga mali yobulungu bami be-NUM.
And for that reason, I was not acting on my own at the branch. Branch was not comprised with Jospeh Mathunjwa. There were other members of the branch committee. There was Staff Steward, where we normally report all the events, at the mine.
Apho ke kwakungeyena uJospeh Mathunjwa nje wayephethe ibranch kwakukhona onke abanye abaphathi kukhona ama-shop steward nabanye babekhona izinto ezazibikwa kubo ezenzekayo.
That is the position,
Imi ngolo hlobo ke lena
as far as I know.
ngendlela ndikhumbula ngayo.
Nothing to add, Mr. Chair.
Other council wish to ask any further cross-examination arising from points that have arisen?
Kucace ngakusekho eminye imibuzo efuna ukubhekiswa kuMhlekazi Mathunjwa.
Before Mr. Brainders re-examines, Commissioner Kotter wishes to ask some questions.
Commissioner uTakota uthanda ukubuza nje lo mbuzo olandelayo.
Mr. Mathunjwa, I appreciate that you've been here for such a long time. Perhaps it should have been shorter.
Ndiyaqonda noko into yokuba uxesha elide apha Mathunjwa kungadingekanga uba ube lixesha elide kangaka apha.
Judging from some of the cross-examination. But anyway, we have seen the clips that were played here.
Izibonile iclips ebezidlalwa apha imifanekiso lena.
I'm referring in particular to the clip that was played at the railway or near the railway line and the one at the copy.
Ndithetha ngayo ke kakhulu le iyayidlalwa phaya ngakuloliwe eceleni kwesiporo naye enye iyayidlalwa phaya ekopini.
Where the people were armed with pangas, spears and assegais.
Apho bantu babexhobe khona ngepanga ngemikhonto nangezinye izixhobo.
From my point of view, speaking for myself, it was a terrifying situation.
Xa ndiyijonga ke mina ngokwami lento kwakuyinto eyayoyikisa yothusa ngempela.
Would you agree with me?
Uyavumelana nami apho kuba into eyothusayo kakhulu.
Yeah, in any event, when someone is carrying something that
Uthi xa umuntu ephethe izinto ezinjengezo kukhona ukoyikisa.
It's not just the carrying around. I mean, if they swing them around and clash one against the other, that makes it more scary, doesn't it?
Uthi ke umuntu xa eziphethe nje izixhobo ngokwakhe ehlomile ziyothusa kodwa ke xa usuziphakamisa usugiya phaya uzibethanisa uzithi zothusa uqhida.
Not in the sense, I mean, if you sing the song, as I've explained in the earlier cross-examination, that whenever we sing the song, if you don't have anything in your hand, you'll clap your hands, like as I've explained. So it happened in that day that they have those weapons, so they had to clash with the rhythm of the song.
Uthi ke umhlekazi Mathunjwa hayi ngolo hlobo uyibona ngayo umhlekazi. Xa kukho amagwijo kuculwa phaya kwantu kubethwa izixhobo kusina ukuthi ayona into ethusayo njengoba sendike ndachaza okokuba singabantu abanjani.
We have also seen you in the video clip kneeling down and pleading with the people.
Sikubonile ke nawe apha kwi video kwi clip lena uhlabe phansi ngedolo ucenga ababantu ucenga kakhulu kubo.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
But you have also conceded that, at least in those clips, in none of them did you say to the people, lay off your arms, go back to the work.
Kodwa ke njengoba uchazile akukho namnye owake washo kuyo kokuba hayi bafondini phekani phansi izixhobo phindelana emsebenzini awuzange uyitsho lonto.
In as much as I've said in the cross-examination, I might not be said explicit as you are saying, as I've explained the environment which one finds himself in, but I definitely say that there is still another day. Guys, return back to work. These issues can be addressed in a better way within the labor framework.
Andibenganga ngolu hlobo uyibeka ngayo mhlekazi kodwa ke uzawukhumbula xa ndibuza imibuzo ndiye ndathi kubo mna akuyomini yokugqibela le kusekhona amanye amalanga sezawulandela makuphindele emsebenzini lendlela inokuthi ihlaziwe ngenye indlela ujongwe ngenye indlela kulandele izindlela zezabasebenzi.
And also, it is not entirely correct to suggest that I never told the workers that to lay their arms. If you remember from the 15th, I even mentioned that there is a rifle that the police are saying is there. Anyone must leave anything, they will come and collect it.
Enye ke into kusuka nge15 ndachaza ndathi kubo kuthi kuthiwa kukhona umpu wamapolisa okhona apha phakathi kwenu bawethu. Xa kukhona umuntu ophethe lonto makayishiye apha amapolisa azoza ayithola.
Now, let's not argue that, because maybe you're going to agree with the impression I got.
Mhlawumbe awuvumelani ngalendlela endiyibona ngayo ngaphisani ngoko ke.
But I must tell you that in none of those clips did you explicitly say, lay off your arms, go back to your work, but let's leave that. But if I understood your evidence, you were saying, look, this is not a situation where one can simply say to the people in that situation, in that volatile situation, lay off your arms, go back to your work.
Iqonda ke into yokuba Mathunjwa imeko ngendlela yayingayo phaya emaxongo ngayo wawungeke ufike phaya kubo uthi kubo hey bafondini bekani phansi izixhobo phindelana emsebenzini wonke ukubeka ngolohlo.
It is correct. I've laid them in the very same evidence before this commission that, I mean, you've been to management, making an undertaking, subsequent to that effect, they renege to those. We have to go back to those workers. You have to have a way of how to address them in order to gain their trust and to bring hope to them. That's what's the best that I could do in that day. That was the best I could do. And I didn't see any clip of any person who availed himself in that mountain to present what I've presented myself better than what I could. That was my best ability that I could do in that particular day.
Mandithi ke indlela isimo imeko yayimaxongo ngakhona kwakuyoba nzima ukuba umuntu ahambe athethe ngolohlobo kodwa ke ndayibeka kaninzi lento kokuba akuyomini yokugqibela lena uthi enye into akho neyodwa iclip endike ndayibona apha kuye kwaya khona omnye umuntu wathetha ngolhlobo ndiye ndathetha ngalo nabaqhankqalazi phaya ndenze zonke inzame bendinazo ukuzenza okokuba isimo ndisilethe esiqhelweni.
And the commissioner also should also take into account that we were by ourselves. No police were willing to escort us into that mountain. We had no armored vehicle next to us. We had no security whatsoever. We were on our own. Our lives were also in danger, in as much as one could say.
Mandibeke ngolhlobo ke commissioner kuba makayijongise nento yokuba sasiye phaya sisodwa kungekho mapolisa behambe nathi singenayo security ayikhona kungekho zinqwela zasemapoliseni impilo yethu nathi yayise isengozini.
Not that I'm running before you, but you remember that there was a protocol that was laid down to attend the mountain. They said no one should use his private vehicle. You'll be escorted by the police because of the assessment by the police. But in that particular day, all that protocol was never observed. We were on our own.
Mandibeke ngolhlobo kokuba kwakho imithetho yaseyibekiwe phaya kokuba akho umuntu uyavunyelwa ukuba aye eyedwa phaya ngoba le ndawo yaseyiphansi kwesimo esimaxongo kakhulu. Kodwa ke ngale mini saya thina ngokwethu singekho mapolisa asikhaphile.
When you knelt down there, was it after that man had said, "We will finish you here"?
Apha xa uguqa phansi ngedolo uthetha le nto wayenza emva kwale ndoda ethi siza kubagqiba apha.
I might not have a recollection on the timing, whether was after or was before.
Andisakhumbuli kakhulu ba yenzeka phambili noma emva koko na le nto.
Right. You see, am I correct then in gaining the impression that, in fact, what you were doing there, you were trying to say that you people lay off your hair, your arms, otherwise there will be bloodshed here. Even if you think you will finish these policemen, they'll kill you. Go away. Is that the
Into
impression? Is that
endiyibona
the
okokuba
impression correct?
wawuyenza kwakuyilena okokuba wawusithi kubo uzama ukuthi kubo bafondini noma nithi niza kubagqiba apha baza kunibulala aba bantu bekani phansi izixhobo sukani apha uzama ukubanika lowo myalelo.
For me, was to quell the situation, let it be no bloodshed at that day. That was my ultimate prayer. In as much that at the end of the day, it was like sarcastic, it was a joke. I was a laughing stock before the commission by kneeling before those workers, pleading with them.
Isifiso sami ke sikhulu into endandijonga ukuba yenzeke phaya ukuba kungabi khona phalalo legazi phaya. Ndanzama ngayo yonke indlela ukuba kungabi khona umuntu ozosweleka phaya. Ndaze ndaguqa phansi nje ndicenga aba bantu emva koko ke ndenziwa inhlekisa apha kwi-commission kokuba ndiye ndayobetha ngedolo phansi phaya kanti bendenza inzame zokokuba kungabi kho phalalo logazi.
Commissioner Hemraj now wishes to ask you a question.
Commissioner Hemraj uthi ufuna ubuza nje imbuzo naye embalwa.
Mr. Mathunjwa, did you perhaps think that if you, in so many words, said, put down your weapons and go back to work, that you might alienate them? You might alienate the strikers?
Awufikelanga mcabango incingo zokuba xa ndingathi kubo bekani phansi izixhobo ndiphindele emsebenzini okokuba bayolahlekelwa lithemba kuwe.
I don't understand that question, ma'am.
Andiva kahle lo mbuzo.
Did you perhaps think that if you said to them in so many words, put down your weapons, please go back to work, that it might look as though you were not on their side and not understanding their position?
Andiyibeke ngolhlobo kuba wacinga okokuba xa ndiya kuba bantu ndifike ndithi kuba ebafundini bekani phansi izixhobo phindela emsebenzini okuba bangalahlekelwa ithemba elebesebanalo kuwo okokuba awusekho ngakubo ngoku.
One could think that, but what I was saying on that day, it's something that I've never studied. It's something that I've never prepared. All what I was saying there was the heat of the moment. That was my level best that I was trying to say, guy, if you retreat as a ram, it's not that it's all lost. This thing can be still, your grievances can be addressed in an amicable way. So by leaving the mountain, to me, is to say, leave armaments, leave violence if there is any violence, and return back to normality, and take your issues within the legal labor framework.
ungacinga ngolo hlobo mhlawumbe kodwa ke into ndandizama ukuyenza mina kokuba ndithethe nabo okokuba kakusimini yokugqibela le ayipheli apha lento kusekho ezinye izindlela ezingasetshenziswa ezomthetho ezingalandelwa phansi komthetho wabasebenzi ebeyingalandela ngayo lento lena kungagqitywa nje ngalo mini.
See, Mr. Mathunjwa, you are repeatedly being asked if your mandate was to say to them, put down the weapons and go back to work, why it is that you didn't explicitly say that.
Ngoba into wawuthunywe yona phaya Mathunjwa kwakuthiwe kuwe hamba baxelela aba bantu ukuba mababeke izixhobo babuye emsebenzini yonke into izawulunga intoni ungayibekanga ngolo hlobo wena kubo.
If you remember from the 15 mem, I did mention the very same thing. And subsequent to that, there was an understanding between the parties that you will come the following day and let's take this matter further and see to how we return back to work.
Xa ukhumbula kakuhle ndayibeka ngolo hlobo lento phaya nge-15 bevisisa aba bantu kwade kwathi ke bathi ke mandibuye ngemini elandelayo sizothetha siqhubekele phambili sibone ukuba eyiphi indlela esayithatha ukushona phambili.
Then subsequent to that, you return back to the same workers, which is not my constituency, which is not majority members of Amcu. The situation has changed altogether.
Ngoku ke xa sendiphindela phaya ndiphindela kwaba bantu abaqhankqalazayo ubuninzi babo ekungona amalunga am eAmcu ndibuye phaya senditshintshile kule nto bendiyithetha izo.
And also I've been called there to intervene.
Emva kokuba ndibizwe okokuba mina mandize ndizozama ukulamula.
So in all fairness, that was my intervention.
Lento ke njengoba ngiyichazile nje yaphelela apho ke uncedo endalinikeza phaya.
That was the best that I could do on the day.
Kwakuyiyona nto engcono gqitha zonke ezinye endandingahle ndiyenze ngalo mini.
Yes, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Mathunjwa.
Enkosi kakhulu Mathunjwa.
Taking that point further, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. But before I do that, I want to say this, that I hope you didn't really get the impression that you were a laughingstock because you knelt. We didn't regard that as a basis for your being a laughingstock at all.
Mandiyithathe ke Mathunjwa ndicacise ngoku ndibeke ngokucacileyo lento kokuba apha commission thina asizange siyithathe njengento eyinhlekisa lento wayenza phaya. Kwakuwumsebenzi wawubaluleke gqitha.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
You made a genuine, sincere effort to persuade the people to behave sensibly and not expose themselves to a potential massacre.
Wawenza yonke into owakhona ukuyenza okokuba aba bantu makungabi khona uphalalo legazi.
Whatever criticism there may be about you, it will be to your eternal credit that you tried your best.
Noma ke kungathiwani ngawe wena wenza yonke into wawunayo ukuyenza ukuba
Well, I said I wanted to see that I
ngabi khona
understood
phalalo.
what you were saying. You said that you didn't say expressly they must lay down their arms and leave the copy, but you said so implicitly.
Uthi ke xa ndikuva kahle Mathunjwa andizange ndiye kwaba bantu phaya ndifike ndithi ebafondini jongana apha bekani phansi izixhobo zenu phindela emsebenzini awuyibekanga ngayo ndlela kodwa ke kukho izindlela ezithize wawuyibeka eyayivakala ngayo lento kokuba makubekwe phansi izixhobo makuyekwe udushe.
And I understood that to mean that you were referring to two passages in particular in your evidence, in your speech. The first one was where you said to the workers, you must have another strategy. This strategy, that's on page 12 of Exhibit 009. You said to them, they must have another strategy,
Apha wafika kubo wathi masebenzise ezinye izindlela.
which meant a strategy different from the one they were using. And you
Wow,
then explained the strategy by saying that
Elezo
they must
hlukile.
endeavor to get a certificate from the CCMA so
Apho
there would
uthi
be a protected strike.
apho uthi makuzanywe ukufumana icertificate kwi-CCMA esizokwenza esi strike uba sibe semthethweni.
Now, implicit in that was they had to go back to work first.
Andithi ke xa usho njalo wawuchaza okokuba ukude kuyiwe kwi-CCMA kuyofuneka ukuthi baphindele empangelweni.
And they couldn't go back to work waving their pangas and assegais and so forth.
That's correct.
babengenako okokuba baphindele phaya emigodini baphethe iibhanga zabo bezijongisa
So,
phezulu.
by urging them to go for a protected strike, you were in effect telling them to stop the unprotected strike, go back to work, and allow the ordinary bargaining processes and the procedures laid out in the Labour Relations Act to be invoked.
Ndiqonda ngolo hlobo ke Mathunjwa kokuba xa usithi kubo kuthathwe indlela lezi zesisime kusetshenziswe indlela zomthetho wawuchaza kokuba makubekwe phansi izixhobo ngoba bangena kuphindela ngazo emsebenzini babuyele emsebenzini ukuze kuthathwe ke olugxathu oluzawuya kwizindlela zasemthethweni.
That is correct, sir.
So my
Injalo le nto.
understanding of your evidence on that point is correct.
Correct.
Undiva kakuhle apha.
Mr. Brainder's re-examination?
I do.
Kuza ubuza umhlekazi uBranders esingoko.
When you met with the NUM management and the SAPs on the 15th, where exactly at Lonman did you meet?
Ani awudibana ne NUM ne management phaya nge-15 naniphi nendawo?
We were at the place called LPD offices
Sasekulama office abizwa ngokuba i-LPD
in one of the boardrooms there.
kwenye ye-boardrooms ezikhona phaya.
And when you later saw the NUM and management, where was that?
Apha wabona khona i-NUM isine management kwakuphi ke apha?
At the place called JOC, I think it's Joint Operations Center.
Kule ndawo ebizwa ngokuba i-JOC, Joint Operations Center.
On the 16th, you say you saw NUM officials or office bearers at Lonman.
Uthi ngomhla ka-16 wabona office bearers NUM eLonmin.
I've seen the members of NUM at the foyer.
Ewe ndabona amalungu NUM phaya kwifoya.
Who were they?
I wouldn't distinguish, they were wearing their shirts, NUM shirts.
Babe ubuza ukuba kwangobani abo uthi babenxibe izikipa i-shirts ze-NUM.
Are you saying you could not identify who they were?
Utsho kokuba abo babe lapho wawungabazi ukuba ngobani noma wabona ukuba ngobani.
Sorry, let me rephrase that. Do you say you couldn't tell what the names of the people were, but you could tell that they were from the NUM because of their T-shirts?
Uthi nje wabona ukuba ngamalungu e-NUM ngoba babenxibe izikipa ze-NUM awazi ukuba ngobani lawo madoda amagama abo.
Yes, their names are not known to.
Amagama andiwazi.
I'm going to put in front of you now a document prepared by Lonman, and I'm going to ask it to be handed up to the commission.
There's
and
got to be
other
an
parties.
exhibit.
Correct.
So Ms. Pillay will tell us how we can designate.
Kukho incwadi endiyiphethe apha evela kwabaLonmin endizayinikeza ke njengobungqina apha. Ndizawuthanda okokuba ukujonge apha kuyo.
Chair, it will be SS1.
Chair, could I ask, should this not be 00?
Alternatively, 0019, because 00 was Amcu's.
0019, how are we going to describe it?
It's a list of the Rockville operators who were on strike at Lonman during that period.
Le list endikunika yona ke ilist yama RDO ama-road drill operators abe soqhankqalazweni ngelo xesha.
Before I ask you, Mr. Mathunjwa, about the document itself, could I ask you this? When you went to the copy particularly on 16 August, which was during the day, and you saw the strikers, was it your impression that Amcu, that the majority of or the minority of these people belong to Amcu?
Xa usiya phaya nge-16 emini, ekuboneni kwakho ubuninzi balaba bantu kwakungabaphi ngabe Amcu ikanene?
It will be difficult to say because, I mean, they were intertwined, they were sitting, there was no gap between the lefties were Amco and the right were NUM.
Aba bantu babehleli behlangene phaya kungekho mahluko kuba apha ngabe Amcu apha ngabe NUM babehleli behlangene ungakwazi ukubona okokuba ngabaphi abangubuninzi.
So when you went there, you could not tell whether the majority or the minority of the people on the copy were members of Amcu?
Yes, that is correct, unless if maybe one recall one person, he stood up saying, as we are here, and especially the person who was, who was telling us that there is no difference between the two, we are workers jointly as we are.
Wawungakwazi ukubona kokuba ngobani ngaphandle komuntu omnye wasukuma wathetha phaya wathi akukho mahluko apha singabasebenzi sonke.
What you have in front of you, and I just ask you to have a quick look at it, is a list of the Rockdale operators.
Can I ask you a question about that, Mr. Branders, before he carries on? There appear to be 131 pages, starting at page 515 to page 645, and each page, as far as I can see, has got 13 names on it. So that gives us 3,930 by my arithmetic. One of them is described as being, two of them on the first page are described as being on annual leave. I'm not quite sure how you can be on strike when you're on annual leave, but perhaps that's something can be explained to us. But in the last column is presumably the trade union affiliation of the persons concerned. And there are quite a lot of Amcu. I haven't, at the time available, been able to count them, but presumably someone has. Then there are a number, some of them also annual leave people, apparently, who are members of the NUM, and there were also no union people. Now, so described in quotation, no union is the phrase used. Now, have you done the exercise, or someone done the exercise? Tell us how many of these 3,930 people are described as being Amcu members, how many are described as being NUM members, and how many are described as being no union?
Apha ke kuchaza kokuba kule ncwadi esinikwe yona apha ekugqibeleni kukho apho kukhombisa khona okokuba lo muntu ukweyiphi union. Kukho iAmcu, kukhona iNUM, kukho abathi no union. Abanye babhalo kokuba annual leave bebaku leave noma kanjani. Ubuzo kokuba kukhona na oye wabalo kokuba bangaki kule list kule 3,930 abantu abavela apha abangamalungu eNUM, bangaki na abangamalungu eAmcu.
You raise obviously a very good point, Chair, with respect. We have done that exercise.
You see,
and what we've done is, I can explain.
I'm sorry, the information I sought from you is relevant, I think, in relation to the answer that you hope to elicit from the witness. Because it relates back to certain evidence he gave about what the general said as to how the people on the copy
but what we've
could
done,
be divided up. Anyway, perhaps you can give that information. It's a bit unorthodox to ask a question of counselly re-examination from the bench, as it were, before the witness answers, but it may actually help us to get a focused answer more quickly than otherwise.
That exercise has been done, and perhaps I can explain it this way. You'll see that there are two columns for the union on the right-hand side. The one on the far right-hand side is the one that is least favorable to Amcu. In other words, there are more Amcu members in the far right-hand than the penultimate right-hand column. We've excluded people on leave, and we've excluded people for whom times are given, because presumably, we don't understand what that means, but that presumably means somebody went to work at that time.
And how you can be on strike if you're on leave.
We've excluded that.
You know, but anyway, that'll be explained to us in due course, presumably.
So in
I
other
take it you can show your support for the strikers by joining with them on the copy, but you're not technically yourself on leave if you're on, I mean, not technically on strike if you're on leave.
No, you're not on strike if you're
That's
on leave.
something that'll be explained to us in the fullness of time. Let's hope that's sooner rather than later.
But we have done the exercise. In other words, we've excluded, in this exercise, we've excluded the people who are stated to be on annual leave in this list, and we've also excluded people for whom times are given. And if you do that, then the numbers you get are the following. In the far right-hand column,
Xa sijonga ii-columns ezimbini, kukhona engakwa-left, ikhona apha ngasesandleni sokunene. Le ngasesandleni sokunene inabantu be-Amcu abaninzi. Izinamba esiye sazifumana ke xa sibala zezi zilandelayo.
the non-unionized are 446,
446 abekho kwizi-union.
Amcu is 1,204,
I-Amcu ina 1,204.
and NUM is 1,961.
I-NUM ina 1,961.
That gives you a total of 3,611 employees who, which excludes those who are on annual leave and for those for whom times are given.
Apha ke xa sesibabala bonke basinika inani labantu abango 3,611 ngaphandle kwabo babe selivini ngelo xesha.
And if you do a quick percentage calculation, the non-unionized members would be 12% of that number, at 3,611. Amcu 35% and the NUM 52%.
Ala nge-percentage ke i-Amcu bena 52%, inansi ke i-NUM ina 52%, i-Amcu ino 35%, abangekho kwi-union bebangu 12%.
I hope that helps the Commission.
Information. Now you can, now the witness has heard it, you can now put the question to him that, or
Yes,
aspect in respect to which you ask him to comment.
Siyayiva ke lento umbuzo ofuna ukujongisa ngokwengqina uthini.
Mr. Mathunjwa, you've earlier said that your own impression was that you could not tell what Amcu membership was on the copy. You remember that?
Andithi busutshilo kokuba kwaba bantu bapha ekopini ubungazi okokuba bangaki be-Amcu. Ewe.
The employer has given us a list of Rockdale operators who were employed at Lonman at the time.
Umqashi ke usinike inani lama rock drill operators abephaya eLonmin ngelo xesha.
Do you understand that's the list in front of you?
I-list yabo lena. Ewe.
I've given the Commission what the numbers are in that list. You've heard that?
Uvile xa ngixela i-commission okokuba izibalo zihamba kanjani apha.
Yes.
Is there anything you can add to what I've told the Commission?
Kukho okunye ongakongeza kuloko endixela i-commission?
Except that it reflects that Amco was the minority at the copy at the time.
Ngaphandle kokubonisa nje okokuba i-Amcu iyona beyinamalungu ubuncinci bekuyi-Amcu.
Can I return to something that seems to have vexed quite a few people here? You've told the chair of the Commission that your call to the employees on the copy, to the Rockdale operators to return was implicit rather than explicit. You remember that?
Uyakhumbula uphendula apha kwi-commission okokuba isicelo sakho okuba aba bantu babuyele emsebenzini awuzange usibeke ngqo kubo, wabeka nje into ebekisayo okokuba xa ningenzeka oku noku kubuyele emsebenzini.
Yes.
Ewe.
And that was on the 16th, the first time you spoke to them?
Nge-16 xa usiya phaya
Yes.
xesha lokuqala. Ewe.
Why do you speak implicitly rather than explicitly that first time you spoke to the Rockdale operators on strike on the copy?
Intoni ungayibekanga lento ngqo nje ngoba kutshiwo okokuba phindlani emsebenzini bekani izixhobo phansi, intoni ungayibekanga ngolo hlobo kubo?
The reason is that the the management has reneged from its commitment.
Sizathu kwakungilesi ke. Umqhashi wayesephendukile sejikile ke lento wayethembise isithembiso sakhe.
And again, the previous day I was there, I communicated what the employer was saying to these workers.
Phezolo ke ndandikhona phaya kubantu ndafike ndabaxelela okokuba umqashi uthini.
And today I'm coming with a different communication.
Namhla ke sendiza apha kubo ndiza nentetho eyohlukile kule bendiyithethe phezolo.
So based on that, I had to explain very much deep and try to gain the trust to these workers.
Ngolo hlobo ke kwadinga ukuba ndinikeze incazelo ende kakhulu ndizame nokuthi bandethembe aba bantu ndithetha nabo.
Because the plan has changed, management has changed its plan.
Ngoba naku management wayesejikile ngoku kwiplan ebe sikuyo phezolo.
Why was it necessary then to call on them to return to work in implicit language rather than explicit language because of this change in plan by management?
Ngoku ukutshentsha kwemanagement kwisithembiso sabo sasingena ngani kulendlela owubaxela ngayo ubaxela ngezindlela ezithize nje ungayibeki ingqole into okubaphindelana emsebenzini bafundi.
Yesterday I committed that the management has committed into an A process, and then the following day it was no longer that way. And now the area which I was in, it was not Amcu constituency, it was not members of Amcu per se. And also I was called in that situation to intervene. So that's the best that I could do, the manner in which I've explained myself to the situation.
Ndandiphaya phezolo umqeshi ethembise okuthize xa sendibuya ngemini elandelayo ndibuya nento esiguqula ichangewe ngoku kule beyithenjisiwe. Enye into ke imeko endandikuyo phaya ndandingazo kwakungasibantu beAmco bonke aba. Kwakudinga kokuba ndiyibeke ngolu hlobo ndizokwazi okokuba ndithenjwe ngaba bantu ndithetha nabo.
Why did you not on that first occasion on the 16th when you spoke to them, put down your weapons, go back to work?
On the first occasion. Uthi ngemini yokuqala usiya phaya kube intoni ngabaxelanga ngolu hlobo bekani phansi izixhobo madoda makuphindele emsebenzini.
By kneeling, I was explaining the very same thing, that guys, let's leave copy.
Andiguqa phansi ngamadolo ndihlaba phansi ngedolo ndandi yenza yona loo nto kuba madoda ndiyancenga masisukeni apha makuphindele empangelweni.
In the transcript, which is 009 at page 13, the part where it appears that you might have been kneeling, you say this: we are requesting you, brothers, sisters, men, I am kneeling down. Coming to you is nothing. I say, let us stop this blood that NUM allowed this employer to let flow. We do not want bloodshed, but we want your problems to be solved and get your salaries, comrade. You should benefit from this platinum.
Apha uguqe khona ngedolo kukhona apho intetho owayenza phaya wathi kubo ndize apha kuni bafowethu ndingento yalutho ndizama ukuthi ndithi kuni makuyekwe le ndlela okuhanjiswa ngayo ndifuna okokuba manizuze kule platinum.
Is that what you said when you were kneeling?
Loo ntetho wayiveza kubo xa uguqe phansi.
It would be one of them, those, because it was a long story that one was talking there.
Enye yezintetho endaziveza kubo ngaphandle kwezo khona ezinye ezininzi endazithetha.
But all was going to the one direction to plead with the workers that let them leave the copy.
Onke ke lawo mazwi yonke le ntetho ndandiyithetha yayijonge ekubeni abaqhankqalazi mabasuke phaya entabeni.
What did you hope for after you made that first call to the workers at the Kopi.
ithemba lakho lalithini wathemba ntoni emva kokuba uthethe nabo phaya okokuqala entabeni
that the workers will leave.
ndandikholwa ukuba bazawuhamba abasebenzi
For where?
Back to their respective place of stay or where they,
ndandithemba
Their
bazawusuka apho babuyele ezindaweni zabo ekuhlaleni
And
which then will result returning back to work.
okokuzawuba ke nokuthi baphindele emsebenzini
Brains, may I ask a question first before you go? You've told us that you implicitly told them to go back to work. And you and I went through the passages where you in effect said that to them by talking about a protected strike.
andithi ndiye ndathetha nawe apha savumelana okokuba intetho yakho yonke ke ngendlela wayibeka ngayo iyayitsho okuba mababuyele emsebenzini
You also said you didn't say explicitly in as many words to them, put down your arms and go back to work.
Yes, sir.
The question is why you didn't do that. And what my colleague, Commissioner Hemraj, was asking you, I'd like to ask you again.
funa ukubuza lo mbuzo eyabuzwa nguCommissioner uHemraj
You were concerned to get the trust of the workers. As we know, the majority of the workers weren't members of Amcu anyway.
ngoba sesazi ngokuba ubuninzi baba bantu kwakungasiya amalungu eAmco
And you obviously didn't know the numbers, but you certainly knew that a number of them weren't Amcu members.
usitshilo okokuba ubusazi okokuba
Correct, yes, we are the
asi amalungu
minority.
eAmco onke ewe
You went out of your way to gain their trust.
Wenza
inzame okokuba aba bantu mabakwethembe
Yes, to give them hope that their problem can be resolved in another way.
Now, did
ewe
you,
nokubanika ithemba lokokuba lento ingxaki yabo isenokusonjululwa ngezinye izindlela
did you fear that if you put it to them directly, lay down your arms, go back to work, you would lose their trust?
wawunoloyiko
Is
lokuba
that
xa
why-
ungafika phaya uthi kubo jongana apha madoda bekanezixhobo phansi phindela emsebenzini okuba aba bantu bazawulahlekelwa
Either you'd
lithemba
lose their
bebanalo
trust
kuwe
or not gain their trust. And is that why you put the appeal to them in the implicit way that you and I have discussed?
konje ubuyibeka ngale ndlela oyibeke ngayo apha engesi indlela ethi kubo mabenze oku
Yes, I mean, when we mean the trust, meaning that they will know that there are issues they can be dealt with in a better way. So I concur, I'm putting myself in their shoes. Hence, this side, the management, what they've done, they renege, they change altogether what we committed the previous night.
apha bendijikele umanagement seba kasathethi lento bebayithetha phezolo ngoku ke ndiya kwaba bantu ndithetha ngolhlobo ndenzele okokuba bathembe okokuba ikhalazo zabo zingahle zijongwe ngezinye izindlela zohlukile
Mr. Brandes, I'm sorry I intervened, but I hope that may help.
It certainly did. How did you fear the strikers might respond if you said to them simply, put down your weapons, go back to work?
awuzange ube noloyiko lokokuba xa ndingafika phaya kubo ndithi mina bekanizixhobo phansi ndiphile emsebenzini okokuba bazawuyithatha kanjani loo nto
Can you repeat that question?
xa ungaphinda lo mbuzo
How did you fear the strikers might respond if you simply said to them, put down your weapons, go back to work?
ubungenako na ukoyiko kokuba xa ndingafika ndiyibeke ngolo hlobo kwaba bantu ndithi hey madoda phinda bekanizixhobo phansi ndiphindele emsebenzini okokuba bayoyithatha kanjani loo nto abaqhankqalazi
You must also remember that I was 1 foot behind now. I mean, my steps were no longer accurate because management had took something that I communicated to them. So at the end of the day, I might be labeled by something else. So in that situation.
enye ke into kokuba
So I had no platform, much ground, firm ground that I can stand on and pursue the manner in which that was the wisdom that prevailed to me by that time.
enye ke into kufanele uqonde kokuba enye yezixhobo ndandinazo lento ndandithunywe umanagement sebayijikile bayithethe ngoku kimi apho ndinyathele khona ke kwase kushelela ngoku ndakufanele okokuba lento ndiyibeke ngendlela ezokwenza ukuba aba bantu ndiyothetha nabo bandethembe.
What do you think might have happened if you simply said to them, lay down your weapons, go back to work?
Okwangoku ke xa ucinga ukuba ndibuza kwangokuba ucinga ukuba kwakuyokwenzeka ntoni ke xa ubufike phaya kubo njengomntu oyobaxelela ukuba emadoda ndize apha ndizokundixelela ukuba sukani apha phindelani emsebenzini yintoni beyingenzeka.
I cannot preempt what could have happened.
Angeke ndazi ukuba bekwenzeka ntoni apha.
That's why I ask, how do you think they might have responded
Ndibuza
if you addressed them in that way?
ukube ufike wathetha apho kubo ngolu hlobo ndithetha ngalo ndithi madoda ndixelele okokuba ndize apha kuni ndinixelele ukuba bekani izixhobo phansi buyelani emsebenzini bekungahle kwenzeke ntoni apha.
One can draw on opinion that they might be annoyed and saying, I'm a traitor.
Ungabona okokuba babazawubona hayi lo muntu uyasithengisa lona sithengisile.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Ogqibile umhlakazi Brainders enkosi kakhulu.
Mathunjwa, thank you for your evidence. You're excused. You may leave.
Ogqibile mfaka Mathunjwa siyabulela.
Say if you like, but you don't have to.
Thank you very much. I hope at the end of the day, the commissioner will add the truth and will live by the truth.
Nethemba kokuba iCommissioner iyawufikela esigqibeleni kokuba inyaniso ikuphi.
It's our only objective.
Iyona njongo yethu le ukuba sifumane inyaniso epheleleyo.
Chair, if you're anticipating that we might call a second witness, then you would be wrong. Not at the moment, Chair.
If I adjourn until 2 o'clock, will my expectations be better founded?
Not even then, Chair.
Uthi akanawubiza elinye inqina lakwa Amcu kwangoku.
Mr. Semenya, there was talk of you producing a witness to tell us about public order policing. Is that going to happen?
That's going to happen, Chair,
2 o'clock?
at 2 o'clock.
Unless you want to start now?
We think it might be useful just to have some
Yeah.
discussion with the evidence leaders.
Very well. The commission will adjourn until 2 o'clock.
Singene ngo 2 o'clock.
Mr. Semenya, do you have anything to tell us?
Thank you, Chair. We beg leave to call Brigadier Mkwanazi. And my learned colleague, Mr. Ngalwana, will lead the witness.
What are your full names, Brigadier?
Zephania.
Would you spell it for me, please?
ZEPH ANANIA.
Zephania, and how do you spell Mkwanazi?
It's MKHW.
Sorry, MKH.
That's right.
W?
Sorry, MKHWANIZI.
N-I-Z-I.
That's right.
So it's Mkwanazi.
No, NA.
I thought so. Mkwanazi.
That's right.
All right.
Okay.
Would you stand, please, Brigadier?
Stand, okay.
Are you prepared to swear, or do you wish to affirm?
Let me swear.
You raise your right hand. You swear the evidence you will give before this commission will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please say, so help me God. I swear, so help me God.
So help me God.
Right, please be seated.
Ubrigadier Mkwanazi, Zephania Mkwanazi lo begqiba ukufunga wamapolisa.
Yes, Ngwana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Brigadier, you joined the police force in 1986. Could you take the commission?
We've not got a summary of his evidence.
I believe you do have a statement, Chairperson. Perhaps if you don't have it in your possession, I can have it distributed among the three of you.
Yes, I don't remember getting one. I certainly haven't read it, but if you have copies for us, it would be helpful. And then we, with the assistance of Ms. Pillay, we'll give it an exhibit number.
Chair, it will be SS1.
Thank you. Thank you. I see your full names are Zephaniah Mqidi Mkwanazi. You've given us your personal number, which is a useful piece of information. What can we do with it?
I think I'm used to it, That's why.
Thank you, Chairperson.
If the council could just tell the recorders his name, that they want to know your name.
V for villain. U for Uruguay, Y for Yo-Yo, A for Alpha, N for Nelly, I for Ivy. Ngalwana, N for Nelly, G for George, A for Alpha, L for Lima, W for Whiskey, A for Alpha, N for Nelly, A for Alpha.
Just the recording officials were able to follow the spelling as amplified.
I like leaving nothing to doubt, Chairperson. Brigadier, You say in your statement that you started in the police service in 1986. Could you take the commission through your training from 1986 until today?
Thank you. Actually joined South African Police Service, 1986. By then it was a station called CR SWAT Square in Durban. It was 86, 25 of August. Stay as a student constable until 1987. I went to do basic training in Pretoria, here in Hammanskraal. When I finished my training,
Sorry, what did the basic training involve?
basic training was including the legislation, was including the riot situation, how to handle a riot situation. We were, some of us, taken to Malioscope while we were still in training to go and do riot course.
Sorry, if you could give the interpreter an opportunity to interpret.
Uyachaza ke uBrigadier Zephania Mkhwanazi into yoba uqale umsebenzi wobupolisa eDurban ngo-1986 nge-25 zika-August besi-student ke apho ngo-1987 uye wafumana uqeqesho eHammanskraal apho ke bebiza uqeqesho olu-basic apho ke bawafunda ukuba basebenza njani kwiimeko xa kukho izidubedube kunye nemithetho ethile le ayibiza i-legislation.
Then after we finish up our training, I was deployed to Alexandra to form riot unit.
Emva kuba efumene uqeqesho wathunyelwa eAlexandra into bayoqala i-unit esebenza ngezidubedube.
I proceeded with Alexandra, working in Alexandra, doing doing riot control at that stage until it was changed to internal stability.
Uthi ke uye waqhubekeka apha eAlexandra ebesebenza ngokulawula izidubedube ngexesha kwade kwaba lixesha yatshintshwayo yabizwa ngento yokusebenza ngozinzo.
From what period to what period? From what year to which year are you now with the riot police in Alexandra?
I was in Alexandra since 1987, July the 3rd, until 2004, whereby I had to leave after getting the post in head office in Pretoria.
Uthi ke uye wahlala apho ke ngoku Alexandra ngo-1987 ngoJuly waye kuyawutsho ngo-2004 ngeli xesha wayosebenza kwi-head office esePretoria.
Could you take the commission briefly, Brigadier, on your duties and responsibilities while you were at the Alexandra Riot Police?
In Alexandra, I was actually responsible for operations as well as the training of the members in the unit. I was on ad hoc called in head office to present training in different training centers. Most of the time I will go in and come back depending to the duration of the course. I will present most of the time, come back. On my return, I will proceed with the operations.
Uyatsho ke into yokuba umsebenzi wakhe phaa kwi-unit yayikuqeqesha abanye nakwi-operations ezithile nangona ke ngelinye ixesha kwi-head office bebenombiza ukuba azoqeqesha aphinde ngamanye amaxesha ahambe kwakhona.
Right. 2004 training. Could you give an indication of what sort of training you gave at that time and whether you were, perhaps let me ask one question at a time. During your stint at the Alexander Riot Police, did you have any operational experience there?
That's correct. As I've indicated, I was involved with operations most of the time. I will be involved in issues whereby there are some sort of problems, like in area Johannesburg. We were very much involved in those days working in those areas.
Uyatsho ke into yoba njengoba besitshilo into yoba usebenza kakhulu nge-operations kwakuke kwenzeka into yoba yosebenza kuzo ingakumbi eRhawutini xa kukho ingxaki zingingqi okanye zii-area besebenza kuzo kakhulu ezo.
The riot unit, is it what's called the POPs now, or is it a different kettle of fish?
It was public order policing, even though the names were changing most of the time, but it was public order policing.
Othi nangona amaxesha amaninzi ke igama eli belitshintshwa kodwa bebizwa i-public order policing le ibizwa i-POP.
You say you also performed training duties. Is that the training of public order policing, or as you term it at that time, the riot unit?
It is correct, the training I was providing, it was for public order policing. Hence, in public order policing, we got in-service training trainers who provide training in public order policing members on continuous basis just to keep them in shape. If anything happen, they can be able to deal with crowd management situation.
Uthi ke ngoku umsebenzi wakhe bekuqeqesha abo ke ngoku be-POP nangona kukho amanye amalungu khona beyenza elo qeqesho olo ukuthi amapolisa ahlale azilungiselele ukwenzelela xa kuzobakho ingxaki evelayo bazakuhlala bezilungiselele bakwazi ukuthi bazosombulula ingxaki ezinjalo.
Now, the training to which you refer, remember we're now dealing with a period from 1987 to 2004. Does the curriculum that appears in paragraph 5 of your statement bear any resemblance to the training you gave at that time?
It is correct. It's the one for public order policing.
Apha ku paragraph number 5 kwintetho kanye statement saka brigadier iyachaza ke ngoku iqeqesho benika ngalo kuba ngoluphi na.
Now, could you place for the record what's contained in paragraph 5? Just get out your statement. Do you have a copy of your statement, Brigadier?
That's correct, I got it.
Can you go to paragraph 5?
Yes, in paragraph 5, we are having platoon members training, which is PMT, with a duration of 3 weeks, course presented for public order policing.
Uyachaza ke into yokuba amalungu angeplatoon aqeqeshwayo apho uyibiza ngoba yi-PMT aqeqeshwa iveki ezintathu.
Yes, and it deals with a legal framework, which is module 1, which covers the constitution and so on. Do you want to just go through those, just for the record? Perhaps if you can read that into the record. I know it's a long way of doing it, but it has to be in the record.
That's correct. We were actually, or we still actually receiving, or members are still receiving this type of training with the Constitution of the Republic, Act 108 of 1996.
No longer called Act 108 of 1996, it's now just the Constitution of the Republic. The name was changed to give recognition to its special status.
Okay.
And while you're about that, the act you list in 5.1.1.3 is the Regulation of Gatherings Act,
Yes,
not as described here.
Uyachaza ke naye usihlalo into yokuba kumgaqo-siseko wethu ayisabizwa njenge-act ngoku iyabizwa njengamagama akhona kodwa i-act uyashiywa ngaphandle.
Thank you, sir. Maybe if I may indicate what we're presenting, with your permission, that under the Constitution of the Republic, we were actually focusing on Section 205, paragraph 3, which actually give the mandate what subs members should actually do when performing their duties.
Uthi ke bebehleli kakhulu apha kumgaqo-siseko ikhona kumthetho kanye i-section ibizwa yi-205 kukho paragraph 3 into echaza into yobana xa kuqeqesha kanye amapolisa afuneke enze ntoni na.
Under South African Police Act, we were actually focusing especially under Section 13, which is Section 13A and B, which actually talk about the use of force, the minimum force, all that contained in that position. That's what we go through into it most of the time.
Uthi kakhona bebesebenzisa ke ngoku umthetho wa mapolisa oMzantsi Afrika usection 13 ku-A no B apho baxelwa khona ngokusebenzisa kwamapolisa ngamandla ngendlela egqithisileyo kanye ngendlela nje engumlinganiselo elingeneyo.
Regulation of gathering. We actually here take the whole act. We don't choose because we have to make sure that members under public order policing understand how to deal with the situation, especially during the unrest.
Uthi ke ngokulena yesithathu ibizwa i-Regulations of Gathering Act, bebefundisa umthetho wonke, into yoba amapolisa ayazi ngokupheleleyo into yoba yintoni efuneka bayenze ngokwalo mthetho.
Then the Standing Order General 262, we are looking to the levels, mostly to the levels to say what levels and how the job has to be done, who do what at what time, and when members of public order policing must be actually be actively involved in what type of a situation is what we teach the members in this position.
Leyo gqibela ayibiza i-Standing General Order 262 uyatsho ke ngoku ichaza umsebenzi noxanduva lo muntu into yoba yenziwa njani le nto ukuthi ubani wenza ntoni ngeliphi ixesha okanye xa kusenzeka ntoni na. Leyo gqibela imalunga nezo zinto ezo.
5.2 Platoon Commander Training, that is PCT. This is a module that is presented to members, especially like the senior members, the captains upward that are in charge of the platoon, that is the platoon commanders. We actually teach them, and the main thing here is to say how they have to draft the tactical plan if they are actually supposed to do their job.
Uthi ke ngokulena ibizwa i-Platoon Commander Training, PCT yona, kulapho ngoba fundisa abangathi banezikhundla eziphezulu no captain into kubana izicwangciso funeka benze njani na okanye bayibiza ke ukudrafta i-plan kulo uzobe phethe kulo nto izakwenzeka.
5.2.1 Crowd Management Incidents. We are looking to crowd dynamics, conflict resolution scale, use of force, constitutional powers of the police, deadly force, tactical communication. Maybe in short, with the crowd dynamics is where we look. It's where, okay, I'll give you a chance.
Kulena bechaza into yobana ithetha ngezihlwele nokuthi usombulula njani na ingxaki nokuqala ke ngokusebenziswa kwamandla namandla ke ngokwamapolisa nawo ukuya ngokomgaqo-siseko namandla angabulala kunye nobuchule bokwazi ukuthethisana.
5.3 is the Operational Commander Training, which is OCT. This course is where actually people or members of senior positions are actually taught how to draft an operational plan that actually supposed to be used in any type of a situation whereby we are confronted with a situation that need to deploy members.
Uthi ke leyo gqibela ibizwa i-Operational Commander Training ibizwa i-OCT yona yi-course leyo apho kufundiswa khona amapolisa nezikhundla eziphezulu into yokuba ke ngoku bangakwazi ukwenza nezicwangciso ekwazi ukusombulula zonke unhlobo zengxaki abanokwazi ukuthi badibane nazo okanye ukukhupha ukudeploya ukuthumela amapolisa.
Then we have 5.3.1 Crowd Management Equipment. We as well go through here teaching members as well how to work or maintain their equipment as they are mentioned, all of them here, how to use them and how to utilize them and how and when we actually teach them how to use that.
Apha ke ngoku leyo gqibela ibizwa ke ngoku yokukwazi ulawula ke ngoku izihlwele okanye equipment izixhobo ezisetyenziswayo babafundisa into yobana kusetyenziswa nini kwaye zisetyenziswa njani ezo zinto bazisebenzisayo xa belawula ke ngoku izihlwele.
Brigadier, perhaps for purposes of the record, you might want to read in the equipment listed in 5.3.1.1.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go through, we say 5.3.1.1, the use and maintenance of equipment. The equipment we are referring to is the helmet, gas mask and filter, body armor, domfer, shield, shotgun, double bore rubber rounds, pepper spray, tear gas CS rifle grenade, 40mm CS rounds, stun grenade, pyrotechnics. We have smoke grenade, flares, and 40mm grenade launcher.
Uyazichaza into abazisebenzisayo ke into yoba zi-helmet ne-mask le ifakwa apha kunye yegas kunye nale i-body armor ekhusela umzimba itonfa ke yilena abanye bayibiza i-donkey pill kunye nenantsika ne-shield yozikhusela i-shotgun kunye ne-double bore rubber rounds ne-pepper spray ne-tear gas kunye ne-grenade ebizwa i-rifle ne-CS rounds kunye ne-stun grenades kunye nobuchule obuthile ababusebenzisayo ekuhlanguleni okanye encedeni kutsho ke ngoku ne-smoke grenades kunye ne-flares kunye ne-grenades launcher.
I see there's no mention of an R5 or pistol in that list. Is there any reason for that?
Yes, that's correct, Advocate. The reason is that the R5, the 9mm, is actually being given during basic training. Members already are equipped, they know about it, unless maybe if they go for advanced training on that position.
Uthi ngokuba akathethanga ngena R5 kanye ne-military pha because abalungu ayazi ngazo ngokuba abo befumana khona uqeqesho bayafundiswa ngazo ngaphandle kuba umuntu uzoya ke ngoku kwiqeqesho olungathi lungenelele olunzulu.
What is the primary weapon for a POP person?
In public order policing, members are actually equipped mostly with a shotgun. Hence, it actually demand more that we actually take action with our less lethal technique if we do something. Shotgun is the main firearm or rifle that is being utilized.
Ngexesha elininzi ke ngoku esona sixhobo sisetyenziswa ngala mapolisa e-POP iba yi-shotgun le kuthiwa ngumbhaxa ngoba bafuna uqinisekisa into yokubana basebenzisa isixhobo esingenakungozi okanye ukubhubhisa.
Now, when you say shotgun, what does the shotgun fire?
Yes, a shotgun, which is muzzler we are using, it actually can take different types of ammunitions, but what we are using now, we're using rubber as the most ammunition we are using.
Uthi ke ngoku le shotgun lo mbhaxa lo uthatha inhlobo ngentlobo ke zombumbulu kodwa ke njengoba sithetha ngoku ke basebenzisa kakhulu irubber.
Then paragraph 5.4.1, if you could read that into the record.
Yes, crowd management techniques. These are the techniques we are teaching people to say how members can actually advance or deal with the situation if there's crowd management. We are actually teaching them with foot techniques, how to do their work on foot techniques, platoon and section formation, how they move as a platoon and sections, vehicle formation, indoor techniques, principles and rules of intervention, and to say how they must intervene, looking to legality, situational appropriateness, optimization, as well as the proportionality we actually presented to them to make sure that they understand what they should do.
Lena ke ngathetha ngayo yokulawulo lwezihlwele uthetha ngobuchule bakhona into babathetha kakhulu ngobuchule bebusebenzisayo ingakumbi xa behamba ngenyawo into ba xa behamba bahamba njani na nekufoma kanye ukusebenza kwenqwelo zabo nobuchule bebusebenzisayo ngaphakathi nemithetho kanye imigaqo kufanele bayilandele xana ke ngoku bengenelela ingakumbi xa besijonga ke besebenzisa umthetho.
And then paragraph 5.5.1.
Paragraph 5.5.1 is crowd management operation. There it's how to write an operational plan for platoon commanders. Actually, it comes from the side of the PCT. Is the same, nearly the same thing. The operational commander training for senior officers, that is the OCT as well, that we provide to the members. As we spoke from the other side, which is, if I'm correct, is under where we spoke about, it's under 5.3, is similar to that. That's what.
Uyachaza ke ngoku lena operation yokufundisa kakhona ku crowd management into bayizibhalwa njani ke ngoku eziplano kanye ezicwangciso for ezi commanders eplatoon nemfundiso kanye uqeqesho abalinika aba banezikhundla eziphezulu lapha emapoliseni njengoba bechaziwe bona bebizwa i-OCT le yokuqala beyi-BCT ibibhaliwe kakhona naku paragraph 5.3.
Brigadier, when you were setting out the legal framework under Module 1 for the training of POPs, or as you then called them, the riot unit, you referred to a section 2053 of the Constitution. Could you just elaborate briefly about what that section entails as regards the duties of the police?
Yes, sir. It's actually speak to the mandate, what we're supposed to do as police official, especially where it clearly indicates that our task is to investigate crime, is to uphold the the Constitution of the Republic, is to combat crime prevention. It actually set clearly how we should actually do our work.
Uthi ke ngoku lo mthetho bethethe ngawo womgaqo-siseko uthetha ngokuba amapolisa umyalelo okanye umsebenzi efuneka bawenze into yoba benze uphando lwamatyala baphinde kakhona babonise inkxaso yabo yomgaqo-siseko nokuthi balawula njani ulwaphulo-mthetho.
And the last one will be to maintain public order as well.
Nokuthi kakhona bazise ucwangco ngaphakathi eluntwini.
Is it fair to say that what the POPs do or does, depending on whether one looks at it as a collective noun or not, is it fair to say that what they do is informed by the principles of the Constitution?
That's correct. It is informed, sir.
Uthi ke ngoku ngumgaqo-siseko olawula umsebenzi wama-POPs ukuba azosebenza njani na.
Now, regarding the Regulation of Gatherings Act, is there any...
The Regulation of Gatherings Act.
Thank you, Chairperson. I thought that's what I said. Evidently, I'm wrong. Regarding the Regulation of Gatherings Act, are there any specific provisions in that act on which emphasis is put in the training of the POPs?
That's correct. We look mostly to the fact that we look to the provision of Section 4, whereby we emphasize that in any gathering that take place, there must be a notice given and there must be a meeting convened by the responsible officer, the authorized member, as well as the convener, which is actually the organizer, whereby we emphasize clearly that in that meeting, conditions must be put in place to ensure that when people actually embark in that particular march, what they must do and what they must not do. Those are the issues, and we as well emphasize the issues of the appointment of the marshals, because we believe that, or the Act as well state clear, that if people manage themselves, everything can be successful. But if there are no meetings or no notification given for the march, it won't be possible that we can have a proper managing of that particular march. So there must be marshals, there must be the meetings condition put in place, making sure that when that march takes place, everything is done properly.
Uyatsho ke ngoku Brigadier Mkhwanazi into yoba apha ku-Section 4 bagxininisa kakhulu kule ndaba yokudibana okanye yokubakho kweematshi ezikhona, ngoba kufuneke isaziso sikhutshwe and kakhona loo nto leyo nentlanganiso ezawuthi yenziwe kakhulu ngaphezu ngumququzeli bazokwazi ukuba imeko okanye isimo sinjani na, ngoba xa benganikwa nkcazelo okanye saziso ngaphambili bazodibana nobunzima kuloo nto leyo. Ngoku ke yindlela elawulayo into yokubana ke kufuneka kwenzeke ntoni ngakumbi njengoba bethetha ngee-marshals into yoba nazo ii-marshals ezo funeka ezokwazi ukuthi izofumana ezo zaziso ezo.
And this actually we emphasize as well the dialogue with the leaders, dialogue with the people who participate in the march, just to make sure that there mustn't be any confrontation with the police or with the people who are actually within that area where they're gonna march. Dialogue must be in place. We emphasize that, and emphasize as well tolerance as well, to say members must actually demonstrate or indicate tolerance in most of the time, because a lot of things can happen during the march itself, but members must be tolerant, be able to deal with the situation properly.
Uthi ke ngokuno bajongisa kakhulu indaba yokuthethathethano kunye nenkokheli kakhulu nokuthi baqinisekise into yokubana noba imatshi le ikhona kodwa ke ungquzulwano alukho, ngaphezu koko kubekho ke ukunyamezelana kwiimeko ezo zematshi.
And as well we emphasize Section 9 of the Gathering Act, the use of force or the powers of the police, to say when and what time actually members can intervene if there is a situation, and what procedures need to be followed as well if it comes to that position as well, that use of force has to be used if the situation goes wrong.
Uthi kakhona bathetha ngendaba ku-Section 9 ukusebenza kwamapolisa, amandla okanye igunya lawo, amandla nogunya lawo amapolisa, nokuthi elo gunya lawo basebenza nini na, nenkqubo funeke bayilandele xa besenza loo nto leyo.
Right. Now, we've covered the period 86 to 2004 so far. From 2004, where did you then go within the ranks of the subs?
Yes, 2004 December, I was appointed to be a crowd management training manager in head office. And my task there was to look to all training presented in the province, in different provinces, nationally, and to ensure that everything is done properly. That was my job to do at that time, sitting in head office.
Uthi ngokusukela ngo December 2004 uye ke ngoku wayosebenza ke ngoku njengomphathi okanye i-training manager uthi ke ngoku kakhulu bejonga kakhulu apha kumaphondo onke aseMzantsi Afrika into yokuba bafundiswa ngendlela eyiyo na.
Until what period, what year were you there?
It was 2004 December until 2005, if I'm correct, 2005 August. Then that's where I was appointed as a skill development facilitator now for specialized units, meaning all units falling under that time, it was division visible policing. I have to
I'm so sorry, I missed that. You said skills development?
skill development facilitator, and my task was just to extract the training needs of all specialized units within division visible policing.
Uthi ke ngoku wayesebenza apho kusukela ngoDecember 2004 uyotsho ngo-2005 ngo-August uyatsho ke into yoba uye wasebenza ke ngoku ekuphuhliseni kakhulu ubuchule kumapolisa beyifacilitator kuleyo loo ndawo leyo uyibiza ke ngoku njenge-specialized unit okanye unit eza mapolisa enza umsebenzi okhethekileyo namapolisa ke angaye abonakale aba babizela semzini nge-visible policing.
Would you care to elaborate what comprised these specialized units at that time, 2004 to 2005?
Yes, what we have that time under division visible policing, we have specialized units like special task force. It was national intervention. It was public order policing. However, only public order policing, their training needs were being collected directly from the provinces to division HRD, which is by that time it was division training. However, was as well looking to others as well, such as other offices within division visible policing as well, which is the division, all the members inside support and all that. I was actually taking care of their training needs at that time.
Uthi enye umsebenzi wakhe into yobana befuna uqinisekisa into yoba nabanye aba ke ngobaqeqeshwayo ababiza ke ngoku nge-HRD befuna uqonda noba ii-division zabo bazofumana uqeqesho nabo njengoba bebizile kunye nale bethi i-special task force nabo ke banikezela ngenkxaso ababizayo ke ngokuba bona basebenza kwi-support.
Just to be clear, Brigadier, you've mentioned three, it's specialized units. It's the STF, Special Task Force, the NIU, National Intervention Unit, and POP, Public Order Policing.
Public order policing, a wing. A wing was part of that as well.
Uthi ke ne i-wing nayo ibiyinxalenye yelo qeqesho.
Yes. Now, from 2005 going forward, where were you then placed?
I was at the same place, division visible policing, doing the same task, collecting the training needs or extracting the needs of those particular units and submit them to division HRD, whereby they will be in a position to make sure that they actually facilitate the issues of budget as well as the implementation of the plans in each financial year. I will just do that part. After I've done that, they will actually indicate what is approved and what is not approved.
Uthi kumsebenzi bewenza ngo-2005 njengoba bethethe nge-visible policing kukujongana nemfuno ke ngoku kakhona azokwazi ukuthi anikezele ngazo xa ejonge kumsebenzi walo mapolisa uthi enye into ebeyijongileyo ngoku into yoba indaba ye-budget nokwenza kwabo izicwangciso iplan nokuthi zizawukwazi na ukuthi bakwazi ukufikelela kuzo na ezo budget okanye ezo zicwangciso zenziweyo.
Until when did you perform those functions? We know that recently
Yeah,
you've
it's
been appointed in a
until,
different
it's
capacity.
until 2012, February this year.
Uthi ke uye wenza lo msebenzi wa kwade kwayokufika ke ngokuFebruary kulo nyaka u-2012.
What position do you now hold in SAPS?
Yeah, presently I was appointed at Northern Cape as a provincial head as a brigadier 2012 February.
Uthi ke ngoku phayana ke ngoku kulaa ndawo yase-Northern Cape ufumene esinye isikhundla so kuthi abe intloko yephondo njengoba besichazile ukubana umsebenzi wakhe into yoba makabe yibrigadier.
And what are your day-to-day functions in that position?
In Northern Cape, my job, I'm involved making sure that I'm handling the issues of public order policing. They report to me, make sure that issues of crowd management, I take care of them. All that is actually falling under me, TRT, as well as TRT, public order policing, as well as external deployment.
Uthi ke ngoku phaa kulaa mhlaba wasentshonalanga koloni usebenza kakhulu kwi-POP ngoba kakhulu baripota kuye abanye be-TRT nakuba ke ngoku basebenza ngolawulo lezihlwele bonke baza bazoripota kuye bangaphantsi kwakhe.
And the last one, I forgot, it is border policing. All the port of entries, I'm taking care of them as well.
Uthi ke omnye into beyilibele into yobana ke ngoku nala mapolisa asebenza apha ke ngoku kwibhoda nabo ke ngoku bangaphantsi kwakhe beyilibeleleyo.
Let me take you slightly back to your immediate previous life. You say in paragraph 6.2 that part of what you used to do was to compile a report with recommendations. Could you give the Commission an example of one such report and a recommendation?
Yes, that's correct. Normally what we do, we will visit some of the operations and we will check what is happening in the operations. If everything there is a problem on it, we'll make a report and we'll make a recommendation. And if I can make an example, especially with Ellis Park incident that took place, we actually made recommendation which assisted by the Commission as well. It's a recommendation whereby we came up with the writing of the Operational Commander Training, which is the OCT. It came up from that position to say, let's have this kind of a program that actually assists in how the operational plan must be compiled when actually we do our duties.
Uthi ke ngoku omnye umsebenzi wakhe bekukwenza ingxelo baphinde bakhuphe nezincomo emva koko umzekelo uthi bebehamba kule ndawo cooperation kuyo bahambe bawujonga uba ingxaki ekhona baphinde ke bakhuphe ingxelo benze nezincomo emva koko uye wenza ke ngoku nomzekelo wese-Ellis Park into yoba baye benza njalo bayijonge Ellis Park baphinde babona ke ngoku babhala ingxelo emva koko bakhupha izincomo nokuthi kufuneka kwenzeke ntoni na.
Have those recommendations been implemented?
Yes, they will. They do get implemented.
Uthi ke ngoku zonke izinto baye baze nazo bazicebise zona ziye zenzeke zona.
Right. Brigadier, you know that we are here to deal with the events of the Thursday, the 16th of August 2012, and the events leading up to that date. Let me ask you this. Are you in a position to give first-hand account of the events of the 16th of August 2012 and the events leading up to that date?
Kuyacela ke ngobrigadier into yoba njengoba kuthiwa isilapha ngenxa yezihlakalo ezenzeke ngom-16 kaAgasti 2012 azokwazi ke ngoku into yoba azokwazi usichazela ngaloo nto leyo nangalaa nto nezihlakalo ezinye ezenzeke ngaphambi kwalo mhla lowo we-16 kaAgasti 2012.
Chairperson, it will be a speculation. I won't be in a position to give anything because I was not involved on that day.
Uthi ke ngoku uyawufana njengomntu yena oqashelayo okanye ocinga into azithetha into ezicingayo xa elapha ngokuba yena zange abekho phaya zange athathe nxaxheba kule nto yayisenzeka ngalaa mhla.
Did you play any role at all in the planning of or for the operation?
No.
uthi nawo kwenza izicwangciso ngozala operation yalamini zange athathe inxaxheba yena.
Did you play any role operationally from the 9th to and including the 16th of August 2012?
I never took part.
Uthi ke nazange abe thathe inxaxheba nawo kwakusenza izicwangciso kusukela ngomhla we-9 uyotsho ngomhla we-16 ku-August 2012.
So if you were to be asked questions regarding the events of the 16th and the events leading up to that, you wouldn't be in a position to shed any light. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Uthi noba benginobuza imibuzo ke ngeza sihlakalo esenzeke kusuka ngomhla we-9 uyotsho nge-16 benganokwazi ukuthi aphendule le mibuzo bengayibuzwa ngaloo nto leyo.
Aren't you being unduly modest? You must have substantial amount of expertise on the handling public orders, policing situations. And you would accordingly be able to express an opinion, I take it, on the facts presented to you as to what happened or allegedly happened on the day in question. Is that not correct? I mean, you can't just raise a defense of undias for the whole thing, can you? If questions are put to you on the basis of what allegedly happened, as an expert, you can presumably express an expert opinion, can't you? Or is your modesty justified?
That's correct, Chairperson. But my taking, Chairperson, is that with the issue regarding to operations, there are a lot of issues that get influence the operation when it goes on day by day. And as a result, for me, while I'm sitting here, if I can just sit and say, yes, this could have been done or it could have been done this way, definitely it will be a complete speculation. No matter how much information is given to me, you know, it's always better to see yourself, to be involved with planning, to be part of the operation. And if you're not part of it, really, it will be total speculation, irrespective how much information I have. I have experience as a third, but it won't be correct for me to speculate, especially if I was not there.
Into ayibuziwe ngokuthiwa ngenxa yokuba yena nobuchule ke nolwazi ngezinto xa ixelelwa ngento ezekileyo ngakwazi ke ngokucinga into yobana yinto ebefuneka yenzekile. Uthi ke ngokubrigadier Mkhwanazi uyoyika uyenza loo nto leyo ke noba benonikwa inkcukacha into yoba kwenzeke ntoni ngalamini ngoba yonke into ezobe ithetha apha izoba kuzicingela okanye bengamaqashi-qashi na ngoku akafuni ukuba azibone ekwimeko enjalo ngokuba yena zange abe yinxalenye yaloo nto yayisenzeka ngelaa xesha ngoku anakwazi nokucingela noba yintoni bekufuneka yenzekile ngelaa xesha.
Brigadier, you say that about the actual operations. What about the planning of it? Would you not be able to comment on the planning of the operations, whether the plans and the contingencies were appropriate?
That's correct. With the planning as well, Chairperson, is that you need to receive information. You need to plan based on what is going to happen. And for me to comment with a plan that has been actually done and has been executed, it will be totally unfair, Chairperson.
Uthi kuyobe into engalunganga ngakhonhle kodwa engafanelekanga ukuba yena angakwazi ukuthi ke ngoku nokuba athethe ngesicwangciso befuneka zenziwe ngoba kuqala kufuneka ufumane iinkcukacha phambi uba uhambe uyokwenza ke ngoku amalungiselelo okanye ezo sicwangciso eso. So uthi ke ukuba unohlala apha phandle acingele noba yintoni befuneka yenziwe iyobe into engalunganga okanye engafanelekanga kakhulu uba unokwenza ngaloo ndlela.
I don't understand that answer, Brigadier. One of the things that you do is you give instruction as part of the operational commander training that you do in writing operational plans for platoon commanders. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
So presumably you, as the exercise, you put facts to the trainees and you say, this is the information, this is what's going to happen. Please draft an operational plan to deal with the situation, correct? And I don't know whether you look at the operational plans that the trainees give you and mark them out of 10, but presumably that's the kind of exercise that you would perform, would you not?
That's correct, yes. We
So
look,
if we put the facts to you in this case, well, not we, but if the facts in this case were put to you, and the plan that was drafted was put to you, you better tell us how many marks out of 10 you would give the plan, would you not?
Can you repeat your question, sir?
If if someone were to put to you the facts that were available in the present situation when the plan was drawn up, and if you were then to be shown the plan that was drawn up, you would be able, I take it, to tell us how many marks out of 10 you would give the person who drafted the plan?
Yeah.
You would, wouldn't you? Oh, you seem to think it's funny,
No,
but I mean,
yes,
it's actually quite a serious
Jefferson, I
matter.
hear your point very well to say, if there is a plan and I look to the plan, can I be in a position to say out of 10 how many points I'm giving
right.
to that particular plan?
You see, the further point is, we also presumably will be told what went wrong in this case. I take it the plan wasn't to kill 34 people. The plan wasn't to kill anybody. That must be so. They had the media, international media there. It would have been, they clearly didn't intend killing anybody. They intended disarming and dispersing the people peacefully. I take it that's a given. Now, that didn't happen like that. 34 people were killed. Hundreds of bullets were fired in 8 seconds. 34 people died. Now, something went wrong. The question is, was the contingency of the plan failing foreseeable, and was the plan appropriate to deal with something of the nature that went wrong going wrong? See, that's the sort of issue that we're concerned with. Now, I take it that's a matter within your field of expertise.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku Brigadier Mkhwanazi mhlambe kwenza umzekelo into bana babe kunento eyenzekileyo aze kwenziwe ingxelo okanye kwenziwe izicwangciso iplan ngalonto leyo benokwazi ukuthi xa ibona uba ikhona impazamo ekhoyo out of 10 okanye xa kukho inantsika imarks ezi-10 akwazi ukutsho into yoba ugxeka phi naphi na njengoba kuthiwa naye unobuchule kuloo nto leyo. So besitsho ke naye ke ngumkhomishini into yobana njengoba apha kusweleka abantu abangama-34 hayi into yoba amapolisa behlele phantsi bezizicwangciso ngaloo nto leyo. Ufuna ukwazi into yoba mhlawumbi le plan yaye yaphanza ezicwangciso yafeyilisha na okanye mhlawumbi kwaba yaza lisebenziwa ngendlela yemfanelo na. Ngoku ufuna uva izimvo zakabrigadier yokuba kulo mba lo uthini na.
Chairperson, as I've indicated from the beginning, that for me it can be a very difficult position to say, because this is the plan which was actually compiled for the purpose of execution, to say what went wrong, why the plan never succeeded. It's going to be very difficult for me unless if I had an opportunity to be involved right from the beginning, from the onset. I can be in a position to say, even though I may not be an operational command on a day, but I can be able to say or advise, this is how it should be. But this is an operational plan that has been executed, and for me to be able now to say, this is what went wrong, it can be totally difficult for me to say.
Uthi ke ngingxaki yakhe uBrigadier Mkhwanazi into yokuba kusedabunzima kulo mba lo ngokuba yena zange abe yinxalenye kunzima ke into yoba uzotsho into yobana kwenzeke ntoni na. Uthi nokuba mhlawumbi wena wayengomnye wabo babejonge okanye bengabaphathi bejongene nalo operation leyo, uthi bezokwazi ke ukutsho into yoba konakala phi na ngeli xesha kwakusenza izicwangciso, kodwa kungoku nje akanawukwazi ukuthi enze into lolo hlobo kuba kunzima kuyinto yoba makazozicingela uba befune kwenzeke ntoni na.
You see, we know, we will know eventually, we know the facts, the basic facts, and presumably we will be able to ascertain what went wrong. Whether, that's with hindsight, of course. You know, you can see things more clearly with hindsight than you can with foresight. But we know what went wrong, or we will know by the end of the inquiry. And I would hope that this whole failed exercise will be carefully studied, and in future training, as part of the training that you're concerned with, this will be held up as a lesson of things that should be foreseen, the things that can go wrong, and the way of avoiding them. Or am I being unduly optimistic when I put that to you?
Uyatsho ke naye usihlalo into yobana sizawukwazi okanye sesikwazi into yobana ntoni bekufuneka yenzekile xana seyiqukunjelwa ke ngoku le inquiry, kwenzela into ngoba emva koko kuzokwazi into abantu bazokwazi ulungiswa okanye baqeqeshwe nje na ngokusebenzana neemeko ezinjalo, ngoba ekugqibeleni sizawukwazi.
That's correct. I believe after the commission will be able to have a proper indication and how to move forward, sir.
Uyakholelwa ke naye uBrigadier Mkhwanazi into yoba nyhani emva kwale commission seyigqityiwe kuzobe kubonakala into yoba yintoni ke ngoku efuneka yenziwe emva koko inyathelo elilandelayo.
Further than that, I would suggest it would be a compulsory subject of study for all future people taking your training. Would I be right?
That's correct.
Kuzoba ke ngoku into iqeqesho olubaluleke kakhulu loba bonke abantu abangena ngaphansi kwakhe bazofumana olu qeqesho olo agqiba athetha ngalo usihlalo.
Thank you. Brigadier, let's see if you can, at least to some extent, be of some assistance to the Commission. Given your extensive experience in POPs and the training of POPs, if you were given a set of facts that says you have a group of between 1,000 and I think it's 3,500 or 4,000 people planted on a hill, many of whom armed with pangas, assegais, spears, an R5 rifle possibly, a pistol. Is such a crowd of the sort with which POPs is trained to deal?
Public order policing is trained to deal with issues of public violence or crowd management situation. However, when it goes to the level whereby we talk about people armed with R5, with the type of weapon being mentioned, it always becomes a challenge because in their position, they are actually carrying shotgun that actually load rubber in most cases. For them to be able to deal with a situation where there's R5, it means somehow they will have to do some transition to change to the type of a firearm that will actually be proportionate to the situation they got before them. However, most of the time, we have one or two members within public order policing who carry R5. But in that situation, we talk about 2,000, 3,000. It's a lot of people. It will be difficult for public order policing to handle that type of a situation. Yes, of course, they got 9mm in their position, the side firearm. They can make use of it. But to use that, it means a member has to go for the 9mm, at the same time taking care of the shotgun in his position, which will make the member to be inaccurate. Because if you're going to fire within the group of people, you may shoot a wrong person and kill a person you are not intended actually to be able to disarm and arrest. Then I think in that position is totally difficult for public order policing in that situation.
Uthi ke ngoku xa kuthethwa ke ngoku ngabantu ke ngoku abaqhankqalazayo abahleli ezigingqini okanye entabeni abantu bephethe abanye imikhonto abanye baphethe amakrele abanye bephethe neegani oombayimbayi utsho ke ngoku iPOPs yona ifundiswanga into yoba mayenze ezo zinto ezo ifundiswe nje into yoba mazolawula ke ngoku izidubedube okanye nolawula ke ngoku izihlwele zabantu ke ngoku xa abantu bephethe izixhobo ezinobungozi ngolu hlobo iba ngumcelimngeni omkhulu lowo ngokuba ingakumbi xa abantu bezobephethe ne-shotgun ngaphakathi kwabo kutsho ukuthi ke ngoku ne-POPs zifumane izixhobo ezifanelekileyo bafune bazisebenzise kunye nabo noba bekhona abambalwa ke ngoku be-POPs abaphatha ke ngoku R5 kodwa iba umcelimngeni xa kukho abantu abaphathe ke ngoku enantsika isixhobo ezinjalo uthi ke ngoku bona bakwazi uphatha ne-9mm kodwa zihlele ethangeni kodwa ke into eyenzekayo xa ephethe ishotgun ngabaphethe igani ngapha kwizithole ezininzi ingenzeka enze impazamo yokuba adubule umntu bengafuneka amdubule ambulale ngempazamo.
And put the question slightly differently or in a brief fashion. Does POPs training prepare POPs to deal with the situation I just gave you? Is their training adequate to deal with people who are armed with pangas, assegais, R5, pistol, and spears?
No, not at all, sir.
Uthi ke ngoku amalungu ePops awaxexeshelwanga into yoba bakwazi usebenza ngolu hlobo lwabantu abaphethe izixhobo okanye izikhali ezinobungozi.
Can I take you back, Brigadier, to your statement? Paragraph 5.2. Perhaps it might be useful to put things in perspective. Could you take the Commission through, very briefly, but without eschewing detail, if you can do that, crowd dynamics? What does that entail exactly? Module 2.
Yes, if we talk about crowd dynamics, we are actually referring to the crowd perspective. In actual fact, how the crowd view us as police, or how do we view the crowds? Because if we deal with the crowds, we talk about a crowd that is gonna be marching in a certain area, and there are people living in that certain area. And how people look to this crowd, how do they take this crowd? We got a crowd that march with which are traditional, which are cultural, and these are the type of crowd to say, how do we handle them? And we got type of crowd, people or type of people, if they look to the crowd, they will sometimes say the crowd is dangerous. They will sometimes say the crowd is barbaric. They will say maybe sometimes the crowd is not trusted. So these are the dynamics we need to look at. That means members must understand this type of a situation, that if we deal with the crowd, we must know we'll have a crowd that is cultural, that is traditional, that actually people can perceive it as dangerous, as barbaric, as a crowd that cannot be trusted. But what is important at the end of the day is to say, this crowd is part of the society, same as a police official is part of the community, is part of the society as well. The only thing is to say, how do we handle the situation, looking to tolerance and everything, and make sure that we are successful at the end of the day.
Apha kule yaqobo ithetha uthetha ngemibono ye-crowd okanye indimbane okanye izihlwele into yoba zibabona njani bona namapolisa izihlwele bazibona njani nabantu ke ekuhlaleni, ngoba kakhulu bamatshela ebantwini ukuthi abantu babona izihlwele ezinobungozi, bazibona zinoburhalarhume na, bazibona ezi zihlwele ingabantu abakrwada okanye ibingabantu abangenawuthenjwa na, okanye ngabantu nje besiko abantu besithethe na.
Staying with the crowd dynamics and how you described it, is it fair to say that we're dealing with POPs, is it fair to say that POPs would react differently to a gathering of a crowd of churchgoers than a crowd of people sitting on a hill armed with the weapons I described to you earlier?
Yes, there will be a big difference, but at the same time, it will depend to the type of a threat do we have. What is a threat on a churchgoer, and what is a threat on the crowd that is sitting on the hill? Then that will determine to say how public order policing will react. Obviously, there will be a difference between the two. It cannot be handled the same, even the level as well.
Uthi nje besenza umzekelo ngabantu becawa nabantu ke uhlobo lomntu bekuthethwa ngabo into yokuba ufune basebenzisane njani nabo. Uthi ke ngoku yena uBrigadier Mkhwanazi kuyawuxhomekeka kakhulu kwindlela abanobungozi ngayo okanye ingathi bagrogrisa ngayo abantu abo, kodwa ke ngokubonakalayo usoze ukwazi usebenza nomuntu abantu becawa nendlela ongasebenza ngabo ngabantu abaphethe izixhobo ezinobungozi.
Now, if the POPs commander, of course, having disseminated the news as well to his charges, if he or she were to be informed that the crowd sitting on a hill had killed a couple of policemen, would that make any difference to the approach? In other words, between an otherwise peaceful crowd and a crowd about whom he is told had killed a number of police and civilians on days previously.
As you indicate that a person has been killed, however, I will say from my side that it will actually, what will give a good indication is to say what the operational commander on the day will actually conduct his or her assessment regarding the situation. With that assessment, he or she will be in a position to say how to handle that particular situation.
Uthi ke ngoku into ezakwenzeka xa ke ngoku abantu abahleliyo bathe babulala amapolisa okanye babulala abantu abathile abahlali into ezakwenzeka into yoba i-commander le iphethe lo operation leyo nguye ke ngoku ozayijongisisa kakuhle le emva koko atsho ke ngoku into yoba emva koko yintoni le funeke yenziwe okanye funeke kusetyenziswe njani ngaloo ngxaki leyo na.
Conflict resolution, 5.2.1.2, what does that entail?
Yeah, under conflict resolution, if you remember, Chair, I started saying we need to ensure that we engage in dialogue. If we engage in dialogue is to say, how do we deal with the situation before us? You will have a situation between the two people most of the time. And in that situation is that the police must come in between and ensure the two parties start talking and solve the problem that is before the two people, to ensure that there is some sort of understanding between the two, and so in such a way that they can be able to go forward and have everything resolved properly.
Kule bethethe ngayo ke ukule yokusombulula ungquzulwano olukhoyo bajongisisa kakhulu uthethathethwano lube libe khona ingakumbi phakathi kwabantu ababini ngoba amapolisa ayengenelela akwazi ukumanya ababini into yoba bakwazi ukuthi bavumelane.
I think constitutional powers of the police we've touched upon. Is that a reference to section 2053 of the Constitution, or is there anything else that,
No, it's correct.
to which you wish to refer?
But maybe we can add section 17 as well of the Constitution.
Uthi ngaphezu ko section 2053 othe ke ngoku uyobapha amapolisa ufuna ukongeza kakhulu ngo section 17 womgaqo siseko.
You also refer to, in 5.2.1.3, Brigadier, to scale use of force. What does that entail?
Yes, I'm actually looking to the provisioning of the Gathering Act, where we look as well to say how we should actually administer the use of force. If we use force, where should we start? If we actually teach the people how they must actually use force. You cannot just come, you arrive before the people, you start doing or maybe shooting with rubber or throwing tear gas. There must be some sort of a way how do you actually go step by step, especially if you do gradual police response. It's where you have to go step by step into that. Then it escalate, it grow. If it escalate, then how and what level of force can you use as it goes up?
Uthi ngoku xa bekala indlela abazosebenzisa ngayo amandla amapolisa awuveli nje uveske uqophuleke uyokwenza into ofuneka ujonge qala ngokwemeko njengoba iya ngokuqhubekeka ukuze ubona nawe into yoba ngoluphi uhlobo ke ngoku lamandla amapolisa afuneka awasebenzise.
Would that scale use of force be informed by the crowd dynamics?
That's correct as well. It will actually, as I've said, is more factors that can influence during the operation itself.
Uthi ke ngenxa yento ezininzi ezingaye ziye ziqhubeke ngokwenzeka apha kule nto yenzekayo ukuze bazokwazi ukuthi benze bazoqala ke ukusebenzisa kwabo amandla.
Talk to the Commission if you can, if you may, please, about deadly force.
Yes, if we look to deadly force, is where we are actually teaching people, especially we look first to three main words, that is jeopardy, ability, as well as opportunity.
Sorry, what was the first word?
First one, jeopardy. Jeopardy, yes. Jeopardy, yes. When we talk about that, we are looking to say, if you act where you actually protecting the next man or your body, or what was the position. Jeopardy is to say, was there a chance that the person could have maybe injured or killed the other person working with you?
Uthethe ngento ezintathu ke ukuno yokuqala ke ukunto bana ithetha ngayo yomncipheko into yokubana ibikhona indlela into yoba bengakwazi into yoba ukwenza ukuthi laa mntu bengenawukwazi lwa ukuthi abulale omnye na xa sithetha ngomncipheko ngoba semngciphekweni.
Yes, we look to the ability as well as the opportunity. taking into consideration necessity, self or private defense, whereby maybe you can use 9mm, R5, shotgun or R1, but at the same time making sure that it must be proportionate to the threat, it must be reasonable to the circumstances, and it must be seized as soon as the objective has been accomplished. That's what actually we teach people around that position.
Uthi ke enye lebafundisayo lento lena kukujonga ke ngoku into yobana lento into enyanzelekileyo ukuba funeka yenzeke na nokuthi umuntu xa esenza njalo uyazikhusela na ukuba apha zonyanzeleka into yokubana asebenzise i-R1 i5 okanye i9 mm nokuba eso sixhobo sisetyenziswayo ngesifanelekileyo naxa bejonge ezi zigrogriso okanye ubungozi obukhoyo zizinto abazifundisayo ke ezo.
I'm sorry, we didn't get all that down. You said proportionate to the circumstances.
Yeah, it
and?
has to be proportionate to the circumstances.
Yes, and?
And it has to be reasonable to the, proportionate to the threat, proportionate to the threat, reasonable to the circumstances, be seized or be seized as soon as the goal has been achieved. In other words, you don't have to go on and on and on. Stop as soon as you've achieved the necessary situation.
Uthi ke into bethetha ngazo into yokubana into abasebenzisayo into ezifanelekileyo xa bejonge ubungozi okanye ugrogriso okhoyo nokuthi ngokujonga ubhekisene nemeko ekhoyo yinto nyani ekufuneka yenzeke ngolo hlobo nokuthi xa loo nto leyo seyenzekile ifezekisiwe izalisekisiwe injongo yakhona ke ngokuyekiswa ngoba unothi xa uqhuba ukwenza into uphinde uqhubekeke ngokuyenza okokoko.
Tactical communication.
Here under tactical communication is where we talk about how do we intervene. Tactical communication, it can be between members, each other, how do they communicate, and how they communicate to the operational commander as well. All those issues comes into that under tactical communication.
Lena ke ngokuba ubuchule bokwazi ukuthi kubekho ukuthethisana into babona bangenelela njani na nokuba kwi-commander le iphethe le-operation abantu amalunga wona athethisana njani kunye nayo lo commander leyo.
Now, just slightly back to deadly force. If a crowd of people, let's say for argument's sake, 12, 15 people, charge at you. I'm not talking about what happened. I'm giving you a scenario outside what happened. If a crowd of people armed with a pistol, and spears, pangas, and assegais charge at you as the POP member, is that a justification or not for using deadly force?
Yeah, Chairperson, as you have said that they charge towards you, the only thing is, I'm not sure if they charge towards you is because they are shooting at you or they are fighting with you. What is the position? If maybe can have clarity on that.
That's what I mean.
They are shooting at you. Your question is it justifiable to use
deadly force?
That's really a legal question, isn't it? But viewed from the expertise of public order policing, I'll allow him to answer. But I want to point out that, strictly speaking, it's a legal question. But I suppose the legal answer would be informed by the kind of considerations which he will refer. So I'll allow him to carry on, answer the question.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, can I just get Chair, may I just ask, I'm not following the debate. We hear a lot of evidence on the training of public order police, and that I understand. Does my learned friend intend to apply that to the facts of that case so that we understand why the brigadier is giving evidence? Or is he putting hypotheticals to the witness which doesn't assist me at all, and with great respect it wouldn't assist the commission to come to a conclusion?
The question that he put to the witness was purportedly hypothetical,
yes,
but in fact it was quite close to the facts of the present case, and it was on that basis that I am prepared to allow it. But the point you make is a correct one, that we're not here performing a classroom exercise.
Absolutely.
We're here to dissect and consider the facts of a particular set of circumstances. But the question was, despite the protestations to the contrary, was in fact based on the facts in the present case.
May I just assume, Chair, that we are going to then apply this theoretical syllabus to the facts of the case by the leader of the evidence? Because if not, really, we're not using our time productively.
Sorry, if I may add, so that Mr. Ngalwana can deal with both objections. I think what has been said is more so when the examiner-in-chief has sought to close the door to such cross-examination by saying, everything you said has got nothing to do with the 16th, and then go on to...
I think that door's now been opened, Mr.
Exactly.
We don't worry about that anymore.
Yes. Well, that's exactly the point I'm making, Chair. That makes it makes it even more prejudicial if, as the Chair correctly points out, the hypothetical example actually deals in a way with the events of the 16th. Thank you, Chair.
Ingathi kukho ingxaki enkulu yokubana ngoku o-senior counsel banengxaki ngoba ingathi izinto azenziwa makasithethe ubrigadier ingathi ngokufundiswa kwabantu baseklasini ngoba ngokuya kwamagqwetha amakhulu bacinga into yokubana ingathi le nto ayingeni kuleso sihloko sisinke ngalaa mini and xa ingangeniyo kutsho ukuthi loo nto leyo inkcitha xesha.
Yes. The point being put to me by my colleague, Commissioner Hemraj, is that if you're putting hypotheticals, even though they are based on the facts of this case, really the complete picture should be put. You can't just take little bits and pieces. Because that might lead to misleading answer in circumstances. On the other hand, we have an expert on public order policing. One of the things we have to consider is the reasonableness of the response. So it's appropriate to have evidence from an expert to enable us to decide what a reasonable response would be. So that's why I'm not averse to the questions being asked and answered, provided the sort of caveats that have been stated by counsel are borne in mind. But anyway, if you've heard the debate, I propose to allow you to continue, but try to focus it and keep it in the channels that we've been talking about.
Well, thank you, Chairperson. I've been trying to do that to the almost best of my ability, given the time I've had to prepare.
Mr. Galwane, can I just ask you something? Has this witness been provided with anything to do with the SAP's presentation or the plan or the contingencies or anything at all? Is he privy to any of that information as he testifies at the moment?
Not that of which I'm aware. What he's privy to is the presentation that was given for training, POPs training.
Yes.
Perhaps we can ask him. I don't know if he has looked at the police presentation. I'm not aware of that.
But just from the witness's point of view, to be completely fair to him, if he's expected to answer those questions, then he should have had time to look at those plans, if that's what you're embarking on now.
No, that's not what I'm embarking upon. He wasn't called upon here to give a factual account, first-hand factual account of what happened on those days, because he wasn't there.
Be expected to do that, because that will be hearsay. But you call a man who's an expert on public order policing and the training of those concerned with that. I don't understand the relevancy of just telling us about the training unless it goes further. Otherwise, the whole exercise is a waste of time. Inasmuch as we will be called upon to decide at some stage at the end whether what was done was reasonable in the circumstances. Clearly, it's a matter for expert evidence, and this man is an expert on that field. So we haven't got a problem about it. But the point put to you by my colleague, Commissioner Hemraj, is that we mustn't be unfair to the witness either. And if that and I suspect, I may be reading the omens incorrect, the auspices incorrectly, auguries incorrectly, but I suspect some questions may be asked in cross-examination on these lines. It might be fair, if the witness hasn't had a chance to read Exhibit L, to give him a chance to do that before questions of this kind, such as the ones you're asking him, and other questions that may be asked by others, are put to him. I don't know how you respond to that.
Chairperson, perhaps let's park that question for now.
Into kade ixoxwa ke indaba yokuba ingathi imibuzo le bebuzwa yona ubrigadier imibuzo engafanelekanga ngakumbi bengakhanga nikwe neenkcukacha zezicwangciso nalimi bakwenzeka ntoni na. So uyacelwa ke ngoku igqwetha into yoba malizame ukuya ke ngoku kwisihlakalo esenzeka ngela xesha ngoba njengechule angakwazi ukuthi yena ubrigadier azonika umbono wakhe, kodwa ke ibimibuzo engenelele okanye ebhekiselele kule nto yenzeka ngalamhla.
Are there other questions that you can ask the witness before we take the adjournment at the end of the day's evidence? Give him a chance to look at Exhibit L in the meanwhile.
If that is the way the chairperson and the commission are inclined, we may take the adjournment now.
No, well,
or we
unless you've
can
got other
continue.
material, I don't waste time. If there's other material that you want to cover, which doesn't involve that, then we can use the time between now and the adjournment usefully covering that material.
Yes, I do. It's just issues that arise from his statement, chairperson.
Uthi ke ngoku uzawuphinda buze anikwe ithuba lokuba kunikwe ubrigadier iinkcukacha ngobungqina kuthiwa i-exhibit L, into bazokwazi ukuthi afunde naye azobona ukuthi kwenzeka ntoni na ngaphambi azobuza imibuzo ngokubhekiselene kwezo zinto ezo.
I'm easily distracted, chairperson. There are a lot of murmurs on my left-hand
Your
side.
learned leader is giving you some advice slash instruction.
No.
If you would like a short adjournment to enable him to do that in a dignified way outside the auditorium, then I will allow him to do that.
No, those are not the murmurs to which I was referring, chairperson. I was referring to the murmurs farther to my left. But thank you, chairperson. Brigadier, may I take you to paragraph 5.4 of your statement, dealing with crowd management techniques. It's presented in a rather, shall we say, elliptic fashion. I just want you to add some meat to the bones. When you refer to foot technique, what does that entail exactly?
Yes, sir. If we actually discuss or talk about foot technique, is where we are referring to say how members must actually engage or intervene on foot, not using vehicles.
Kuleyo qala ke ngoku ibizwa ukuba ubuchule benyawo indlela efundisa into yobana amalungu angakwazi ukungenelela njani na ehamba ngenyawo kodwa engasebenzisi inqwelo.
Are you able to give a practical example of how that happens?
Yes, for an example, if you have to come to a situation, you will have to maybe to deploy members. They will come out of the vehicle, they will form up, and there will be instruction given what they're supposed to do if they intervene, and they will do that in a foot formation, in a sort of a formation whereby they will stick together and they will intervene to the situation.
Uthi ke uchazela into yobana indlela ke ngabazothi ke bahle ngayo kwizithuthi amalungu aphinde ame ngendlela ethile alindele ukunikwa umyalelo into yobana funeke angenelele njani na into ethetha ngayo ke leyo qala ubuchule bokusebenza uhamba ngenyawo.
And platoon and section formation?
Platoon and section formation, it's nearly similar to the first one, but here it can be either with vehicles or on foot as well, but staying together as a platoon.
Uthi lesibini phansi yafana leyo qala kodwa leyo sibini umahluko into yoba ningakwazi ukuthi xa ebantwini nisebenzise kunye neenqwelo okanye izithuthi.
How many members would be in a platoon and how many in a section?
We've got 32 members in a platoon and 8 members in a section.
Uthi kwi-platoon ke amalungu angamashumi 32 be section bona basibhozo.
Vehicle formation?
Vehicle formation, it's here you will actually have to intervene using vehicles, but there are some sort of formation we are utilizing depending to the terrain, how it look like. Actually, members can just intervene using vehicles, not coming out of a vehicle.
Uthi ke le esithatha gqibo ichaza ile into kubana abantu bangakwazi ungenela njani kodwa bengaphakathi kweenqwelo.
I take it the number of vehicles will be informed by the situation that is unfolding.
That's correct.
Uthi ke ke inani le zithuthi ezo ziyawuqhubekeka kwimeko leyo uba yimeko enjani na.
And the type of vehicle.
That's correct as well.
Kwakunye ke nohlobo lwesithuthi.
Indoor techniques, what does that entail?
Yes, indoor techniques, normally we are teaching members, especially if they have to deal with a situation in a closed door, whereby they have to get somebody out from that position. And normally, if I may make an example, in prison is where maybe prisoners refusing to go inside the cells, then members must be able to know how to go in and deal with that type of situation inside the doors, indoors.
Uthi ke le yobuchule besemse kwindawo ezivalelekileyo wenza umzekelo njengasetrongweni apho ke ngoku amabanjwa angafuni ungena ngaphakathi esitrongweni kulapho ke ngoku azokwazi ke amapolisa nobuchulebo bakwazi ukwenza ukuthi abantu bakwazi ukuthi bangene ngaphakathi kodwa loo nto yenzeka kwindawo ezivalelekileyo kakhulu.
Well, 5.4.1.5 is a rather pregnant one. It deals with a couple of issues. Would you want to touch on the principles and rules of intervention regarding legality to begin with? Or perhaps let me leave it up to you. Legality, situational appropriateness, because they are dealt with separately in the various policies.
Yes, that's correct. With legality, it's where we ensure that we check if whatever we are doing is within the legal frame of work or legal framework. And with the situational appropriateness, we actually look to the situation, how the situation is, but ensuring that when we teach members is that if they intervene, they must not create problems. They must make sure that they solve the problem instead of creating the bigger problem. Actually, they mustn't be the cause of a situation whereby we'll have an outcome that is not acceptable.
Uthi ke ngoku kulena ke lapho ngokubamba ngemigaqo kanye imimiselo ngokwasemthethweni ngendlela ukuthi amapolisa okanye amalungu xa esombulula ingxaki leyo bangaboni bengunobangela wengxaki kodwa bona babe sisombululo saloo ngxaki ekhoyo.
Optimization, we are talking about the resources we need to deal with the situation. What do we need to make sure that we can be in a position to deal with the situation? Talk about equipment we have. What equipment do we need to deal with that type of the situation under optimization?
Kule gqibo ichaza ke ngothatha ngemfuneko izixhobo kanye izinto efuneka zisetyenziswe kujongisene nemeko le bazobe bebhekene nayo ngelo xesha.
Proportionality, it's where we look to the point that when we take our action, we should just make sure that it is proportionate. In actual fact, it must be, we must strike the balance between the two. You cannot come with a different solution whereby the situation doesn't need that. You need just to make sure that you balance the two in most of the time if you do whatever intervention you come up with.
Uthi ke ngoku leyo gqibela kuthetha ngento efanelekileyo efuneka yenziwe into yokuba ingabi into izobe sisombululo esingesiso kodwa besisombululo esifanelekileyo xa kujongwe imeko leyo.
Yes, I think you've taken the commission through that. You said proportionate to the threat, reasonable to the circumstances, that it must cease where
Yes.
the goal has been achieved. Does that talk to the proportionality aspect?
It talks to proportionality.
Izaqobo zichaza nazo zithetha ngendlela ke efanelekileyo efuneka isetyenziswe.
5.5.1, can you give the commission a theoretical, if you like, or a real-life example of how an operational plan, how you teach people to write an operational plan, the platoon commanders?
Yes, sir. If we talk about platoon commanders, is where we look to a tactical plan. A tactical plan, actually, it's a small plan that talk to a bigger plan. In actual fact, a captain or a platoon commander or a lieutenant colonel who's in charge of the platoon will receive instruction and he has to reduce that instruction into a smaller plan that says how the platoon will actually execute the task. You got 32 members. These 32 members, there are 4 sections, and how do you want those sections actually to execute the task? In other words, who will be on the right, who will be in the middle, who will be on the left, and all those things must be actually be put together by the platoon commander as quick as possible to be able to deal with the situation.
Kulapho ke ngoku athetha ngayo into yokubana kulena kuxa ucaptain ezofumana ke ngoku umyolelo okanye instructions embesitsho into yokubana kule sicwangciso banaso bazawukwazi ukuthi basebenzise njani na kuba ubani uzoma ndawoni na.
And the operational commander training, which is the OCT, it addresses the whole situation. It's where actually we need to talk about the holistic plan that will actually run the operation as a whole, where we talk about the situation, the mission, the operational concept, we talk about the execution and the administration part at the end to say, how are we going to deal with that type of an operation?
Lena yokugqibela ngibizwa i-OCT into ba izibonisa into ba le meko le ngaphambi kwabo bayisebenza njani ngayo ithetha ke ngalesicwangciso sikhulu indlela ababona ngayo nendlela ababona ngayo nokuthi into ezokufuneka yenzeke na.
Now, Chairperson, with regard to the next question I wish to ask, I'm not sure if Standing Order 262 has an exhibit and whether that has been distributed.
Questions have to be addressed to Advocate Pillay, they mustn't be addressed to me.
Well, I seek to do so through the chairperson to Advocate Pillay.
Chair, the standing order hasn't been entered as an exhibit as yet.
You have copies for us?
No, Chairperson.
What's the question?
Because I imagined that the evidence leaders have them because
We have the document, Chair, but we weren't aware that that SAP sought to use it as an exhibit, so we don't have copies on us at the moment.
Well, clearly, copies can be prepared overnight, and it will presumably be, what will the exhibit number be?
SS2.
SS2. Are you able to ask questions now without the copy before us, or would you prefer for those questions to stand over until tomorrow morning when you have copies which will be before us as Exhibit SS2?
as the chairperson pleases.
No, please, I'm asking you.
Uche ke ngoku le standing
My
order
pleasure,
akukho
my
izikopi
pleasure is
zayo
irrelevant.
zakwenza ukuhlwa ebusuku ziphinde zenziwe kuba zibe khona ngomso abantu bazokwazi ukuthi bazifumane.
Yes, I'm a creature of habit, Chairperson. It's difficult to deal with it otherwise. Yes, I think the chairperson's suggestion is quite sound. It's best to deal with it tomorrow.
Yes, Mr. Mpofu.
Chairperson, just before we leave, if I may just interpose a small issue.
We get to a small issue. I'm not sure whether your learned friend has got other questions to ask the witness
Oh, yes,
before we
yes.
adjourn.
No, I assumed yes.
He's decided to hold over the standing order until tomorrow, but there may be something else he wants to do with. Let's find out first before you interpose your small matter.
No, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You're asking, moving for an adjournment till tomorrow.
As the chairperson pleases.
Before my pleasure is irrelevant in these matters. If you're asking for it on the basis that you can't carry on with your examination in chief.
Yes, Chairperson.
Until certain other things have happened, which are not in place yet. All right. So we can get we can find out what Mr. Mpofu's small matter is.
Well, Chairperson, it might turn out not to be that small. Chairperson, this is a matter that I want to raise with all humility, and please don't shoot the messenger. If your Chairperson can give me just a couple of minutes. It's regarding the, and also because I'm not going to be here tomorrow, so I've been instructed to raise it now. It's regarding the issue of next week, Chairperson. I have spoken to some of my colleagues, admittedly not all of them, and I canvassed this view with them this morning, and it has had 100% support, at least of those that I spoke to. And I did not carefully avoid those that I thought might not support it. It was just a coincidence. But Chairperson, having said that, I'm raising it from the point of view of the people that we represent. The proposal, and I've also discussed it with Mr. Madlanga, who's not here. The proposal that next week evidence should be led in chief only for people to be cross-examined next year is, as I understand it, the kind of via media that was proposed. We would like to appeal very sincerely to the chairperson and the commissioners that to put it bluntly, that the sittings of next week should not take place along those lines or at all. And that is because, Chairperson, with the greatest respect, particularly with the kinds of people that we represent, we are quite reticent to have them examined in chief and then wait for a month or so before the cross-examination, even though, of course, one can look at the transcript and so on and so on. But the reality is that if you have 4 or 5 witnesses who have been packed up with evidence in chief, all queuing up for cross-examination in January, let's say, the reality is that the witness number 5 or number 6 might end up being cross-examined sometime in February. And although I'm quite aware that the chairperson and all of us are pressed for time, this appeal is simply to say that I'm sure all the parties would cooperate as much as possible to make up the lost time somehow when we get back, rather than having this arrangement which might be prejudicial I won't put it higher than that, to some of the witnesses. And my appeal, I know the chairperson's feelings on this, is that one of the ways I'll protect myself is that to appeal to the chairperson to consider this matter overnight, and so that when the chairperson reacts, then I won't be here. And also that, but in more seriousness, chairperson, we really would like to make that appeal for that reason, but also simply because if the seniors are not going to be here, which is clear from my unscientific poll, then also that raises other issues about those people being led in the absence of the leaders of the teams. I will say no more, Chairperson, and I would like then the Commission can now adjourn if I can take your role. Sorry, Chairperson.
Isicelo besenzileyo ke ngoku umnumzana uDalimpofu into kubana bekuthiwe kukho abantu ke ngokamanqina abazokhupha ubungqina kule veki zayo, kodwa kuthiwe bazoqala ubuza imibuzo kulo nyaka uzayo. Ucimba loo nto ingabenzela ukuthi babe nobunzima, ngoba loo nto ke wayithi thacha phambi kwamanye amagqwetha ayavumelana nayo kulo mba lowo. Ngoku ke uthi mhlawumbi ngenxa bezobe engekho ngomso becela into yoba akayicingisise le nto sihlalo xa eza ngempilo, nokubona yena sithi uzoba engekho ngomso xa kuzokhutshwa impendulo ngaloo nto leyo. Umhlekazi ugqwetha elikhulu uDalimpofu.
I have the difficulty, of course, that at the very first meeting of this commission, it was indicated that we would not sit on certain days for various reasons, but we would sit till the 21st. And that was agreed to by everybody. There wasn't a single dissension. Now we're being asked to take away 4 days, which will amount to something of the order of 20 hours. When we're going to make them up, I don't know. But Mr. Budlin, do you have any comments to make?
Chairperson,
I'll call on the other council as well if necessary.
It might be helpful if I gave some indication of how from our side we see the rest of the time, rest of the hearing proceeding from today. It's clear the Brigadier has given evidence which goes well beyond the statement with which we were provided. I'm not making a complaint about it. What I'm saying is that he's clearly likely to be cross-examined for a substantial period. whereas initially it looked as though his evidence was largely formal. That's clearly not the case. So my anticipation is that the Brigadier will be with us, I would guess, for the rest of this week. We then have, and possibly even beyond, we then also have the evidence to be given by Mr. Chana of the NUM. It's been arranged that his evidence will be in chief only at this stage. That will also take us further into next week. And so and then there may be 2 or 3 days, optimistically there will be 2 or 3 days left next week. I've had a brief discussion with my learned friend Mr. Semenya about the possible availability of a major police witness to give evidence, again in chief only, next week, so that we could deal with that, we could get his evidence rolling, and he can be cross-examined when the matter resumes. If it plays out that way, we will have enough evidence, I would think, for the bulk of the balance of the hearing without troubling Mr. Mpofu and his clients, who appear very unkeen to be troubled right now.
To be fair, I must say I can understand where Mr. Mpofu is coming from. The kind of witnesses that he's calling are the sort of witnesses who will be giving evidence on factual matters. Their credibility is likely to be attacked, I would suspect. I would think they're probably fairly unsophisticated people, and if I was appearing for them, I wouldn't be happy for them to give evidence in chief and then have to stand over for a month. So I can sympathize with that point. The same considerations don't apply to the other witness or potential witness you mentioned. We've only got 2 days left this week, and normally we adjourn at 3 on Fridays, so not a full 2 days anyway, although we try to have a shortened lunchtime to allow for that. And then the week after that is also only 4 days. So it sounds to me as if the suggestion you make may well be correct, that we will in fact, without troubling Mr. Mpofu's clients, we may well be able to use up this time, because otherwise we've got to make 20 hours up at some stage in the future, and that's not so easy to do. But I don't know whether any other council want to say anything at this stage, but it seems to me that regarding to the imponderables, which you've mentioned, it would be difficult for us to make a decision on the matter overnight and come back tomorrow with a definite answer, because there's so many things that we don't know. We don't know how long the brigadier will be in the box. We don't know how long the NUM witness will be. They may well, not sure that what has happened in the past is necessarily an accurate indication of the future, but certainly it may well indicate that those two alone may take us to the end of next week. And certainly if a high-placed policeman is available to give evidence in chief, would obviously cover a substantial period of time. That's not the kind of witness who would have a problem of standing over for a month, as Mr. Mpofu's witnesses would. So I would have thought that it's too early to make the decision that Mr. Mpofu wants made. But I don't know whether any of the other council who are sitting in the front row on my left, or even those sitting further back, wish to say anything.
Chair, may I just say one other thing, that what I said is I need to qualify carefully. I raised with my learned friend Mr. Semenya at lunchtime the possible availability of a major police witness. He, in fairness to him, has not yet had an opportunity to check on the availability of the person we've discussed. He's been very helpful and said he will try to ensure that he is available, but he's not able to answer that question yet.
That, of course, provides a further reason for no decision to be made on this aspect until there's feedback on that point.
Enye into ebithethwe ke ngumba wokubana kungakwazi ukuthi mawuqhutyekekwe ngomnumzana uCilishane akhuphe ubungqina bakhe nokuthi ubrigadier ugqitywe ngaye kule veki nomajor wamapolisa, ngoku ke kuzawubona emva koko ngoba akakwazi ukujokise ngoku yena ucommissioner into yoba kuzokwenzeka ntoni emva koko.
Chair, we have circulated the statement of the witness. We have recognized the witness, but about his availability, there has not been any contact made.
We will hold over further discussion of this matter. Unfortunately, in the absence of Mr. Mpofu, who will, I'm sure, forgive us in the circumstances. Mr. Tip, do you want to say anything?
Mr. Chair, we've kept ourselves available to the 21st on the basis that those were the days. If we had a situation where witnesses were being clumped up who were the kinds of witnesses who shouldn't be held over for cross-examination, we shared the concern that Mr. Mpofu has identified. It appears to us, just on the basis of the past few hours, that Brigadier Mkhwanazi is a substantial witness, and more substantial than had been anticipated. I think his evidence in chief is likely to be quite extensive. Our NUM witness is available. We anticipate that his evidence in chief will not be more than 3 hours or so, perhaps a little more, allowing for interpretation. And if one of the generals were available, we also share the view that that would largely occupy the time we have with 3 witnesses in chief who could be dealt with come the resumption next year.
Senior Counsel Tip uthi uvumelana kunye noqotho elikhulu umnumzana Mpofu kuba nyani bengazoba mnandi ba kumuntu akhupha unqina ngokazi abuze umbuzo kwixesha elizayo xa bekhona ke lamapolisa njengoba nalo zaba nenqina lakhe lenum mhlawumbe izothatha unika ubunqina ihours bentathu so uthi ke uvumelana nayo la nto beyithetha umnumzana Mpofu.
Seems appropriate then at this stage to take the adjournment until tomorrow morning at 9:30. And we may have more information from Mr. Semenya at that stage anyway, to enable us to take the issue that's presently under debate further.
Thank you, Chairperson. That went better than I expected.
Well, life is full of surprises, Mr. Mpofu. The Commission will adjourn to 9:30 tomorrow.
Zawuqhubekeka ngomso ngecala emva kwentsimbi yethoba.